Welcome, welcome, everybody. Get your scalpels at the ready. Get your autopsy table fully adjusted. It's time for debate dissection, as we will intellectually take apart these debates and see the cause of death and presumably any comorbidities. Ember, my wonderful co-host, is here, which is amazing. How are you, Ember? How are you doing?
Despite the horrors, I continue to persist.
Yes, and I always pick these things, and it's sort of like trigger warning. This is sort of this one's battle for the capital. So basically, it's going to be about Trump. I know we've heard so much about him, and I think that it's kind of a spectacle for me, and I sometimes forget that people are living through this experience because I'm not living in the middle of it. I suppose it's like, it does affect me, but I'm on, I might get splashed on the side of the pool rather than drown in it. Like that's sort of the way that I see it. So I do apologize if it's just too much. I totally understand if it's too much. I totally get it. I saw it and I thought, oh, that looks interesting, and I can never find debates, and quite frankly, I was feeling kind of lazy, so I just went, yeah, that'll do. And so it's Destiny versus D'Souza. I look, Little, I do consider myself lucky. Yes, I do. But then again, Australians always consider themselves lucky. So we were the lucky country. So yeah, we always do, always do. So Destiny versus Dinesh D'Souza, and I realize that both of them aren't perfect. I think that Destiny had some controversy a while back to do with the way that he engages with some of his followers. But he is a very good debater. Definitely, that's not arguable. I think that he started off as an esports gamer, as far as I understand it. Like I believe so. Yeah, wasn't he an esports player?
I mean, I could see that happening. It like you're playing Fortnite or whatever, and the other person's like, "Oh, you're dead like Biden" or whatever, and then you just boo off into politics over the TeamSpeak or whatever. I don't know. Could be.
Yeah, no, I think So just a quick check on it. Yeah, he was StarCraft 2 streamer. So he joined professional team Quantic Gaming, MLG gamer. So yeah, he definitely did not start in politics. He started in esports, which I mean, I'm cool. I've watched StarCraft 2 games, sure.
Yeah, same.
And
I like to put them on while I'm on my treadmill.
Yeah, so I guess that's where he made his start, but it's certainly not where he ended up. Dinesh D'Souza, on the other hand, is one of the worst debaters. Like, he's actually terrible. We were just talking, and we're not sure why they keep sending this guy out, and I had thoughts about it. And I've been trying to collect my thoughts as I've been going along, and I think he appeals, like for instance, you get someone like Andrew Wilson, for instance. I mean, he is a rabid, crazy, insane person. Like, he is literally, has something wrong with him. Dinesh D'Souza comes across as a lot more reasonable to your average, conservative kind of thing, because he's not. Sorry?
Stable, anyway.
Right. A lot more stable, a lot more empathic, I guess. Just a lot more gentle than, some of the pundits who will appeal to sort of very young men, but sort of nobody else kind. You have to have, you have to have foam coming out of the side of your mouth to find them appealing, kind of thing. So I think that he occupies a space where he looks respectable, he kind of sounds respectable, and I think a lot of Americans would associate him, just from the accent and everything, to that sort of very highly educated sort of Indian expert on engineering or whatever. Like, he sounds intelligent. and he isn't a you know, he isn't a psychopath with foam coming out of his mouth, basically. So I think that's why they use him a lot, not because I mean he stepped into the ring with Hitchens and got absolutely, like, I felt sorry for his family after that. It was just brutal. And then he tried to step into the ring with O'Connor, and he got absolutely decimated. Not just because of what happened, but just how much he tried to avoid just discussing these topics, kind of thing. It was
Tell me in the
brutal.
Bible where it says Jesus went to Egypt.
Yeah.
It's right there, buddy. What do you mean? Have you read this?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So I think as far as debates go, well, both of these gentlemen, they do much more political than theology. But I think Dinesh sort of gets into the theology because I believe his background is Catholic, I think, which is a lot more palatable to mainstream sort of Republican, you know, those conservatives, not the MAGA crowd, but the conservatives, because he is, you know, not so, he's not so contentious, but he is he's a complete criminal to start off with. I believe Trump pardoned him because he was arrested for financial crimes and convicted for financial. I believe he pled guilty to it, as far as I recall. I could be incorrect on that, but he started doing like conspiracy films, like 2000 Mules or whatever it was, like the sort of the films there. But he kind of got arrested for finance fraud, or you know, basically campaign finance violations is what it was. So he was charged with making $20,000 in illegal campaign contributions to a New York Senate campaign of Wendy Long, and then causing false statements to be made to the Federal Electoral Commission. He pled guilty to one felony count of making illegal contributions. So that was in 2014. He was sentenced him to 5 years probation, 8 months incarceration. But in 2018, Donald Trump pardoned him for that crime. So it's kind of, well, you've got one person here. He has a personal motivation to argue for Trump, because he basically was pardoned for his crimes by Trump, his personal financial, you know, fraud crimes or election fraud crimes. So I think he does have a, you know, aside from being a right-wing sort of filmmaker, he definitely has motivation to argue for it, personal motivation to argue for the Trump side. But he's just not very good. He's just not very good.
No, he's really not. There's also an additional financial incentive. He's one of the he's on-screen talent, I suppose, but also, if I remember correctly, one of the producers of that Trump 2024 film, where they interviewed like every right-wing talking head about how the Bible prophecies are about to come true and it's Trump who's going to bring them to fruition.
Really?
It was Eric Hovind executive produced that one.
Eric Hovind produced that. That's what Trump's going to do this.
The end times are upon us, and Trump is apparently what the Bible would call the Antichrist, but the Bible is wrong because he's actually the second Messiah. He's going to save us all.
Oh, okay, all right. So you're basically saying that he's batshit insane is basically what you're telling me right now.
They're all batshit insane, but
right.
financially benefits from being batshit insane in a pro-Trump kind of way.
Yeah, because if there's one thing the Bible says, Jesus always said to make as much money off the end times as possible, right? That was Jesus's message. Make as much money as you can wherever you can, including from, people's hardships, right? That was definitely the message of Jesus.
Right. It was a rich man gets into heaven as easily as a camel can fit through the eye of a needle. But the often overlooked footnote for that, the lost Nag Hammadi scroll for that was for every $1 trillion you have in the bank, you can build your own needle with an eye as big as you like.
Right. It's going to be a space needle, like a massive one.
That's it. Yep. There we
go.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I suppose we should get the things. Why do I do this to myself? Seriously, I know. I mean, look. It'll be interesting if nothing else. Like, seriously, and I have seen a couple of Destiny debates. He is good. He definitely is decent at debate. Like I think that he can definitely hold the stage. Whoops, that's not the thing that I want. Is that the one that I want? Yeah, that'll do. Whatever. Yeah. So if you're ready to begin, look, we may never be ready. I got to admit, we may never be ready. But this was yeah, and this is interesting. This was a Pangborn debate as well, which I know Pangborn debates actually they're surprisingly good. I highly recommend them. Like for whatever debates they're doing, they do theological, they do and they're kind of very neutral, but they don't go for dumpster fires. And this is a very weird setup because it seems more one of those conversation debates. I think the Matt Delahunty and and Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I believe that was a Pangborn one as well, and that was absolutely fascinating. So, yeah, highly recommend Pangborn. Really, really good debates. Usually, they do not have those dumpster fires. I have noticed that, which, salute to them.
Very interesting how Travis, the guy in charge of Pangborn, because it's his company. He's an atheist. And he likes to put on these very classy debates.
Yes.
Which sometimes are conversations. Sometimes they're more debate structured. But they're very elegantly done. Whereas for a while, they were kind of like even neck and neck with modern day debate run by James, who's a Christian, which have just dove straight into dumpster fire.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of like Christians like the insanity and atheists like things to make sense, which kind of tracks.
That does track. So Christians are about the emotional and atheists are about the intellectual. I would actually say, not everybody, don't get me wrong, if you're a Christian or whatever, I'm not saying, hey, you're emotional and all atheists are intellectual. I'm just saying that generally speaking, I've found atheist arguments to be more intellectual and Christians to be more emotional. Just saying. All right, let's get this started.
So I think we were given pretty broad leeway over, I guess, what to chat about tonight, insofar as kind of like Trump and Matt.
I was going to say, this is strange because there is no moderator as well, so it seems like it's just going to be an engagement between two people, or like I couldn't see a moderator in any way. Sure, and I don't know. I've got a feeling that Red Bull is a sponsor of Destiny. I've got a feeling, but just saying.
A leftover from his esports days, no doubt.
Possibly, yeah. Look, I did the sort of play game energy drink thing. It was terrible for me. No.
It is its
and the current state.
Minuses.
Yeah.
State of the U.S. and kind of like where we've come, where we're going in relation to that. Do you have any strong thoughts you want to start us off with, or do you want me to just get right into it?
Well, let's get into it.
Okay, so I don't know how much you know about me, but I've been kind of like a YouTube political commentator, influencer guy for maybe about 10 years.
That's all right. You've got just as much credentials as Dinesh D'Souza, Destiny. You are just as, he doesn't have any credentials either. That's fine. It's totally fine.
Followed with great
he gave up his blue hair. He seemed much more woke when he had blue hair.
Yeah. I think hey, I'm not gonna. Maybe he wanted to be more respectable. Maybe he just got tired. Who knows?
No, it's he doesn't need to justify his changes to me. Everybody's entitled to be like, okay, I enjoyed that. I'm done with it now. I'm doing this now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Detail a lot of the political, factual, legal, whatever stuff going on with both sides, especially over the past 5 or 6 years. And one of the most kind of troubling things that I've seen develop is we are totally and completely separated in terms of factual reality, in terms of where like the left is living and where MAGA is living. And I mean, my argument is that I would say the conservatives and MAGA, and even people in positions like yours have contributed really heavily towards that like deliberate muddying of the record so that people aren't aware of what's actually happening in this country.
He looks like a deer in the spotlights right now. Like, seriously.
Very confused, yes.
Yeah. Well, he seems like, oh, I don't want to talk about this subject. This is a subject, like, because, okay, straight off the gate, Destiny's just gone, hey, you're spreading misinformation. He said it in a very nice way, but basically that, hey, you're spreading things that are factually wrong around the place. And he looks like a deer in the headlights who didn't think this would be a topic. Like, my guy, he did.
Why Destiny succeeds at debates, honestly, is because he keeps his opponents off balance by saying the simplest thing possible, and they're just not expecting it for some reason.
Right. Or this is sort of instead of talking about so this is a meta-analysis, right? And what I mean by meta is sort of, it's talking about, like, it's not arguing the information, right? It's not arguing whether or not, 2,000 people acted as vote mules for Biden and stole he's arguing about why is so much misinformation coming out. He's doing a meta-analysis of why this information does not pair with one another. And I've got a funny feeling Dinesh D'Souza is just basically going to say, well, it's because Democrats are spreading misinformation and doing all of this stuff. The really interesting thing is that, and something that somebody said, I can't remember who said it I was watching a podcast, and they sort of said, all these claims that they make, Trump makes, Dinesh D'Souza makes, they evaporate as soon as they hit court, right? As soon as they hit some place where you can get into serious trouble for lying, misrepresenting, presenting falsehoods, their claims evaporate into thin air. And I think that has to be stressed more, that, anyone can make claims, but unless you're prepared to go to court and back it up, it shouldn't be taken as factually true. And so this stolen election, just nonsense. They made so many claims out there in the internet, on TV, on Fox News, made a documentary about it, like as Dinesh D'Souza did. As soon as they hit court, crickets. They present no evidence whatsoever. And I think that needs to be stressed.
It does. One of our chief criticisms of the media here is that every time Trump makes a claim or his allies make a claim, or they try to push something through and it gets stopped in court or whatever the case may be, the entire story just vanishes. The media, none of our media ever take the thing and put a spotlight on it and be like, Trump said this, and it turned out that's not constitutional. Like it's never presented. It's just, as far as our media is concerned, Trump makes a claim and it's as good as law. And if it's not law, then we just don't talk about it and we move on to the next thing.
Right.
It's infuriating because there's never any pushback or correction or accountability or anything.
Well, I think that I think that the mainstream media, especially, the left wing, or I hesitate to call them left wing, CNN and ABC and all of those people, I think that they're always moving on to the next big drama. When something gets settled and like, oh, well, Trump said that he could do this and it turned out to be bullshit in the court. And they never go back and look at it because that's not as exciting as, oh, he's just said that he's going to do land action in Mexico kind of thing. So we're on to that instead. And they need to stop and go back and say, hey, this was deemed invalid, why is he making these claims that are deemed invalid or not legally justifiable, or why like he's just had, or when I say just, I mean it feels like a frigging year with this crap, but he's had to pull the National Guard out of California kind of thing because it's illegal. It's of course it's illegal to send the National Guard against the governor's wishes into California. But they're not really focusing on that. They're focusing on Minnesota now, of course, and Minneapolis, where the next big drama is happening. And Portland. Why? What happened in Portland? Did I miss something in Portland?
Yeah, the shit is happening faster than anyone can keep up. Yes.
Wow. Okay. I when was this? I just
yesterday. I don't know.
Okay.
What is time?
Yeah. No, I get
time
you.
at the moment.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, that's a lot more exciting. We've got to stop just focusing on what's exciting and start to focus on what is significant, what is prescient.
I was noticing something similar, not in the media, but in our own community. Not to drag into a very, very, very long tangent, although we do know people come here for the tangents. About a month ago, there was a big dramatic blow up, huzzabazoo, and a bunch of people weighed in and got a bunch of people all worked up and all involved and whatnot. And then after a relatively short period of time, it turned out the whole thing was mostly smoke, and what there was of substance was reversed. But the same people who were like waving banners and blowing fire whistles and whatnot were nowhere to be seen when it came time to retract the bullshit they had helped spread.
Mm-hmm. And that needs to be done. I think that there needs to be greater accountability for the media in general when it spreads misinformation or any kind. Retractions don't happen anymore. It used to be that, hey, like, I mean, I'm quite old, I must admit, but I remember. Well, I remember when they would come on and say, hey, we presented this story yesterday and we have to retract it, kind of thing. You will never see that anymore. It never happens. And it's, correcting a story should be the very first thing a journalist should do when they find out a story is false, not how do we spin this so I can get away with it. It's ridiculous.
Credibility. To say, we were mistaken, here's what's factual, and here's why we screwed it up. People don't want to say it because they think it makes them look weak, but in reality, it makes people trust you more because it's like, oh, they own it when they mess up. I can believe them.
Mm-hmm. Well, but does that bring in views and stuff? Like, does that, that's my concern. People are watching and if you flick the chat and go, well, that person made a mistake, I'm going to turn to somebody else, you're basically encouraging people not to admit they made a mistake. Essentially, that's what I think. And I think
got so big.
Well, and I think that it's that the problem is these media companies are being run by people that need to make money. So it's not like I blame them, okay? I don't go, oh, well, these media executives, they just lie and they just, do this. That they have an obligation under our system to provide a return for their investors. They have a fiduciary obligation. So under that system, if something is going to cause the death of your company, anything else is better because you have a obligation for that, and that's part of the problem. The only thing stopping that is governmental regulations. Problem is that these corporations have basically worked at undermining those government regulations, and that starts with getting money out of politics. Look, I'm just going to rant for 10 years about money in politics.
We could do a whole show just on this without even getting into the debate.
But I can sum it up in one word. Are you ready for this? Stop the stupidity. That's 3 words. I lied. It's one word on the screen. It is. Yeah. It is one word. It's stop that segue is beautiful. You'll never find finer segues. There's just reeking of seguinity. Stop the stupidity. Imported fresh from Australia. You gotta love that segue. Stop the Stupidity with 5 readerships. Thank you so much, STS. I really appreciate it. Big channel supporter, big heart, big person. I love it. We've got Archer. Archer is a fantastic mod, been with us for a while, years I think. Absolutely fantastic, does an amazing job. And a big, just aside, big shout out to all of my mods out there who do such a fantastic job. They're awesome. Laser Rocket Bomb. Drosfilia, El Drosfilia. I know El Drosfilia hangs around. I met them on Kent Hoven's channel, I believe, where they, Drosfilia are fruit flies, by the way. They do experiments on them because their life cycle is so short. A lizard in crimson. And Mikhail Masculinos. Winners, chicken dinners. There, enjoy your emotes and other fine benefits. There you go. Thank you so much, STS. You are so generous, and I appreciate it. Awesome. Yay, Archer. Yeah, the mods are amazing. Big shout out to my head mod Titan who keeps me out of trouble. He tries to keep me out of trouble. They do try to keep me out of trouble. Look, my ability to find myself in trouble may be more powerful than Titan's ability to keep me out of it. I might say that. That is something I might say. But they do their best. They do their best.
Mm-hmm. There are mortal limitations, yes.
Yeah, and this is going to take a while. We're going to stop this all the time because there's so much to say, and that's okay because you got to have a break from D'Souza at some point.
Mm-hmm. And I guess like the first event, I guess the thing I would kind of like to center on is I'm curious what your understanding is of like the Mar-a-Lago documents case for the classified information that Trump took from the White House and refused to return.
Wow. Okay, that's a good start.
Yeah, and it's weirdly topical considering we're dealing with the Epstein files now.
Right.
I was drawing this comparison a week ago-ish, give or take. I was pointing out like there was all the big huzzabazoo about the fact that he was keeping classified documents in the fucking outhouse at Mar-a-Lago, and the FBI raided the place to get the documents back. And then on the other hand, we've got these badly not redacted things that they're, we need to protect the victims, except the victims all stepped forward. But also there's no redaction of the victims. Every single place we have documents where the unredacted version was already in the public domain, so we can see what they redacted, and the parts they redacted were all Trump. They're just trying to keep his name out of it every single time. So it's just it's wild, the two different documents and the double standards and all the bullshit.
I'm happy to get into it, but before we do,
didn't he get convicted for obstructing justice and things? Didn't he get convicted for that, or Trump was going to be arrested for that because of those documents?
I can't remember. There's so many fucking crimes he's committed.
I know. It's incredible. 37 felony counts. Oh, that was Jack Smith. Interesting. So they've sort of deposed him recently, and sort of So what happened? He was indicted. Yeah, he was definitely indicted. So it was 37 counts of retaining and failing to deliver national defense documents under the Espionage Act, 5 counts related to obstructing justice and withholding documents and records, superseding assignment of district judge, arraignments happened, pre-trial proceedings. Let me see. Appeal, it was dismissed. Special Counsel Smith's appointment violates the appointment clause. Appeal of dismissal. Yeah, so basically it was an appeal of that dismissal, and then he got into office, so they just dropped it, basically.
It's been happening a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, seriously, how can you, as the president, take top secret documents? Like, I mean, he basically went on about Hillary's emails so much because she had a private server with government emails on them. He had top secret documents in a bathroom in Mar-a-Lago, no security whatsoever. Or, you know, only the security of Mar-a-Lago, which, you know, top secret documents should not have, you know, George the security guard on Mar-a-Lago duty out the front. You know, like, come on now. It is ridiculous. Ugh.
If I can explore the idea you just mentioned a moment ago about alternative realities. I assume what you're saying is that the left lives in a certain type of a bubble, but it's a reality-based bubble. The right lives in a bubble that is fake and not reality-based. And so, according to you, one half of the country is essentially deluded, and the other half of the country is sane.
I don't think that's necessarily the case.
It's a bit of a strawmanification.
Yeah, because, I mean, I think there's a whole bunch of reasons why people in America on the right are sort of that don't have the facts. You know, when you trust a news source and they tell you, hey, this person did this, it's not really delusion that is at work here. It's misinformation. Right? Like, we wouldn't say, oh, well, if I, you know, Ember trusts me and I tell her, hey, you know, I debated Alex O'Connor in secret, kind of thing, and she believes me. It's not delusion on her part. It may be on my part, depending on my motivations, but it's not on hers, like, if she trusts that information. It is misinformation and disinformation, though. Like, so I think this whole idea of, oh, well, if it was wrong, then half the country is deluded. No, that's not the case. I think half the country have been conned and fooled by the information coming out from people who do not believe this stuff. Like, I don't think Dinesh D'Souza believes that there was, like, 2,000 people that stole the election, kind of thing. I don't think he believes that. Or if he does, he certainly had no evidence to present it in court.
Or in his movie.
Or in his movie, yeah, that's true. Like, when we look at that movie skeptically, it is all just, hey, there's two people talking on a video camera. It's like, okay, where's the evidence that they actually did anything? You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. And the other thing was, like, he said, oh, these people's mobiles were in certain areas during the election, and they were people picking the ballots up or something. It's so wacky. Like, it's really wild. It's based upon very little.
See, I think this is a very poor way to try to conceptualize politics in general.
Well, he didn't conceptualize it like that. You did. You did. Yeah.
You take what a person said, you turn it into a straw man, and then you say, well, that's a weak argument. Yeah, because it's a straw man, buddy. You did a bad job.
Yeah. He's not saying that. He's not saying, like, you know, and this is something that Hovind does a lot as well. You know, takes this thing, makes it into a straw man that says, well, that's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, it is. Your straw man of the actual argument is ridiculous. But that doesn't make the argument ridiculous, because we have two sets of people, right? We've got people that are saying, hey, like, for instance, just topical recently, a woman got shot in her car by an ICE agent when it was not warranted. And you have another set of people who are saying, hey, it was an absolute justified shooting. And it's on video, and one side believes one thing and another believes another thing. Like, what is happening here? And it's all to do with the framing of how that's presented.
And who the people believe to give them accurate information.
correct. Yeah.
The reason it's a poor way is that if you look at any political divide, particularly the really severe political divides, if we go back, for example, to 1860, you could take the view that, which was the view of the South, Lincoln was a moron, Lincoln is a dictator, Lincoln's an idiot, and the Republicans in the North make no sense at all. Or you could take the
I don't think that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think that's a good argument. Like basically saying, hey, but between slavery and non-slavery, it was up in the air as well. What? Like, are you sure that's the example you want to use?
Well, that's one of the things that makes Dinesh such a shitty debater. Is he always goes to the extreme example? It's the Civil War, or it's Godwin's law, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't really apply, like if you hold what he's trying to say to any other standard, any reasonable standard, like look at a country where there are multiple parties, where there's a real left, where there's a reasonable, not insane right. We don't have the same reality bubble effect, right? We have people who are like, I think taxes should be lower on middle warehouse workers or whatever, and other people are like, that seems reasonable, but I disagree for this reason. It's like, it's policy discussions. It's shit that makes sense. There isn't this, the moon landing was fake because the CIA wanted to hide the aliens. We don't have this alternate reality effect.
That's the point that I want to bring up, and it's sort of like, well, if at that time, like to make it analogous to today, like you had two sets of people, one saying that hey, slavery was good and was good economically and was a bedrock of the country kind of thing, and it was traditional and it was important to these states kind of thing, and on the other hand you had them saying hey, it's dehumanizing and better economically if we don't use slaves, especially with the advent of the Industrial Revolution kind of thing. So you had these two disagreements. To make it analogous to today, you would have some of the states going, no, people aren't enslaved. It's a work program that has been designed by the state to give them the opportunity they never would have had. And the North going, that is clearly slavery, right? Like, this is the kind of stuff, like one side saying, hey, it's not slavery at all. It may look like slavery, but it's not. Don't believe your lying eyes. That would be analogous to today. It would not be an argument over whether slavery is good or bad. It would be an argument over the reality of whether slavery is being done, right? So it's a completely different situation, because we're not arguing at the moment over the efficacy of these policies. We're arguing over what the hell reality actually is. And we have Alan speaking up. Thank you so much, Alan, to say count on D'Souza to be a Confederate apologist. Yeah, it's wild, right?
Yeah.
But it's a terrible example because, one side clearly had better arguments. And if you say, oh, well, they both had good arguments, I'm sorry, at that point, you're pro-slavery. Is this a dog whistle? I don't know what's happening here because, in the South at that time, if there's ever, like, this is the weird part, like brown people being racist towards non-whites. It's like, you aren't going to be part of the, like, oppressing class. You're going to be the oppressed.
You're a POC too, Dinesh.
Right. I don't understand it.
Opposite view, that everyone in the South is a moron. They're living in a bubble. They don't understand reality. And therefore, one side is completely right and the other...
No.
This is such a wild mischaracterization. So the North and South didn't have that kind of divide. Most of the people in the North were aware that most of the people in the South did not like what was happening.
Right.
But the South was under the control of the aristocrats, the antebellum oligarchs, if you will.
Plantation owners, essentially.
Owners.
Yeah,
they owned everything. And it wasn't even universal that white men had the vote. There were still some states, some jurisdictions where it was only the landowners, and the plantation owners owned all the land. So the people in the South had a great deal of animosity towards the wealthy plantation owners, by and large. And the people in the North were aware of that. It wasn't they thought everyone in the South was evil. It was they thought the upper 1% was exploiting everyone, which happens to still be the case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and it's the problem that they were doing it because abolition became such a big thing, first in England and Europe, and it was an idea that came over and found a lot of support with the people in the North because, I mean, can we just say here, it's slavery, right? Like we realized that, hey, the abolitionists convinced people it's dehumanizing, it's degrading, it lowers us as people in general. It is a horrible situation, not only for the slaves themselves, but also for the owners, because it basically destroys the middle class, right? Like it basically takes out any kind of lower class. People can't afford to buy things because they're slaves, and then wipes out the middle class because they're not selling things. So from the Industrial Revolution, where the workers, the lower class, produced things that the middle class would then sell, it destroys the economy. So it's not that they thought they were idiots. It's that, you know, that they're basically going, well, we can't just have an aristocratic system anymore. As you were saying, the 1% owning everything. We had our time of that with, you know, the kings of England kind of thing. And it just isn't a popular idea. But, you know, the example that he's using, he's saying, well, there were arguments on both sides for slavery. What are we doing here? Like, yeah, there were arguments on one side for slavery. I don't listen to those arguments because it's inhumane. My guy. What the hell?
The other side is completely wrong. To me, the reason this is a very poor way to comprehend reality is that it requires you ultimately to believe that virtually one half of the entire country lives in delusion. Democracy would make no sense if this were truly the case.
Right.
Yeah.
Democracy doesn't make any sense right now, but it's about a third rather than half, but details.
Yeah, and plus it's not analogous to the whole North-South thing because we're not arguing over policy, we're arguing over reality. And I think that's Destiny's point, and I think he'll come back to that and sort of say, hey, you know, we're not arguing over whether slavery is a good or a bad thing. We're arguing over the reality of, are they slaves? You know, if we call them something else and the news is just running, hey, they're indentured servants. And I must say, we see this all the time from theists when we talk about slavery in the Bible. They say, oh, well, they weren't slaves. They were given opportunities because they got into debt and all of this stuff. Yeah, indentured servitude is a version of slavery. And when you can whip your slave, then that's not even indentured servitude. You know, when it has rules for how to punish your slave, and one of them is, you know, don't beat them. If they die in a few days or whatever afterwards, then that's too far. But anything else, that goes. And you see them come up with the most horrendous apologetics to say, oh, they weren't really slaves. Absolutely they were.
In reality, the complex thing to do, particularly when there is a divide, and I think this is what we have to work toward, and it'd be really interesting if we did that in this debate, is if I can advance a theory about Trump that explains not just the 75 million people or so who voted for him, but also the 71 million or so who voted against him. And if I can account for both, and similarly, I would demand of you the same thing.
Well, no. Just because you can account for something doesn't mean it's probable, plausible, or even possible, right? I could say a magic unicorn accounts for all of it. This is the problem. Just because you have an accounting, it's not an explanation. Because an accounting just says, hey, it accounts. It doesn't actually say whether that thing is true. Dinesh D'Souza has a real problem with the truth here.
Always.
Wow.
It's
Always.
the whole thing. Yeah,
If
accounting is the first step to building an explanation. Like if a thing doesn't account for things, then it's just
can be ruled out. Yeah.
wrong on the surface, you know?
Mm? But that's just the surface. You've got to go deeper into it, my guy.
Mm.
You advance a theory that is a little more sophisticated than simply saying everybody who votes for Trump is a dummy, or they're listening to other dummies and swallowing their dumb stuff.
That is not what he said. Like, that is not what he said. That is a complete straw man. Wow.
This is why he's not very good at this.
It's
like he flunked out of the first week of debate class.
Yeah. And Jester, for the $2, blame Jester accounts for everything. It does. Jester does account for everything. It could have been. It accounts for it. Sure, why not? Thanks, Jester.
Does not do justice to our fellow citizens. So I'm just objecting to this framing of reality. We can discuss specific aspects of reality, and I'm happy to start where you want, and then I'll take you where I want to go. But I'd like you to comment, first of all, if you agree with me that each of us needs to advance tonight a theory that is good enough, not just to feed the prejudices of the people on our own side, which may be the majority of the audience here, but genuinely accounts for the other side.
He didn't say that. He said that there are two different realities here. Because if we sit there and go, okay, the election was stolen, for instance, right? Like, how do you, like, if one side believes it was and the other side believes it wasn't, one of those is true, right? One side's got to be wrong about that. Okay, it's got to be wrong. Now, there is some gray area in the middle, like it was influenced or something else happened, sure. But you're talking about whether the fact that a conspiracy was active to, use vote mules, as Dinesh D'Souza calls them, to move votes around and actually modify the results. Whether that happened is a fact or it's not a fact. And if you go to court and you don't have anything to present, I'm sorry, you don't have factual information. And, you know, the idea that, because it's getting to the point where you say, well, Trump tried to influence the Georgia election, right? Which he did. Like, it's on tape of him ringing up saying, hey, I need you to find me these votes, to the Republican governor. Like, come on, just find me these votes.
Electors were selected.
Fake electors were selected and sent in. They weren't the electors of that state. And their population, their side believes that never happened, even though it is documented and you can listen to the calls. It is, you know, and so that's what we're talking about. Dinesh D'Souza is trying to reduce it to, oh, you're just calling the other side dummies for believing this stuff. No. I don't think that
January 6th thing, right? Like Trump has recently tried to rebrand it as the day of police aggression. It's just borrowed from the Civil War. It's the war of northern aggression. And a person who was there testified before Congress in opposition, saying, I was there. I saw the police officers being beaten and you know, the one person killed and so on and so forth. And she's like, don't try to gaslight me and tell me that that's not what happened. There's hundreds of videos. What do you mean? That's not what happened. Like, we're just blatantly declaring reality is different from what it is.
Mm-hmm. And some of them believe it and say, oh, well, none of them were armed. They were all peaceful protesters that weren't armed. And there is video of them with guns. Like, you can't say that. Like, but the question comes, why do you believe your news outlet over reality that is presented to you? Because you trust the news outlet over anything else that's presented to you. You know, so if I say, hey, there's video of people with guns in the crowd, because there is, that they will not believe me. And they will not go and check it is the other thing. But, you know, it's yeah, I think it's a good question. But Dinesh D'Souza is reducing it to, you think one side is stupid. You think one side's just stupid and you're insulting them. That is not what he is talking about at all. And I think Dinesh D'Souza realizes that, hey, I'm responsible for some of this misinformation. I'm not, I've got to nullify this argument. And yeah, he's doing a poor job, but it's going to appeal, like we were talking about earlier, those emotional thinkers, right? People that rely on their emotions. What are they going to do? Oh, he's calling us stupid. Destiny thinks we're stupid. Just that's going to be the reaction.
You're
so
probably right. That maybe why he's
think,
doing that.
Right, he's dog whistling. He's saying, "Hey, the glasses wearing liberal thinks you're stupid," is basically what he's signaling. And you are a absolutely terrible human being, Dinesh D'Souza.
So I would agree, but I would disagree that a genuine accounting for both sides requires you to admit, or it requires you to concede that both sides have a similar factual foundation. Sometimes when you go to the hospital...
Yeah, no shit, yeah. That was very succinct, sure. But yeah, no shit.
Sometimes you get diagnosed with a really bad disease. Sometimes the prognosis is it's untreatable. I would be uncomfortable if the doctor told me, well, we're looking at two different diagnoses, but this one is really bad, so we're just going to favor the other one instead. Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. It might be that at times in our history, there are certain sides of our country that are deluded. Now, you use the word dummy. I would say they're not stupid. I think that the capacity for even an ordinary person that, a pretentious liberal or some online guy might say, oh, this guy's an idiot. They're not stupid. Like, people have a tremendous capacity for a ton of information. But I would argue that there has been an entire conservative media apparatus that has been aimed at engaging in the delusion of these people for the purposes of trying to make the unappealing...
I'll probably avoid that because if you are a faithful, you like what they're doing, I don't think they're deluded, right? I don't think that a fervent foam coming out of the mouth, MAGA, anti-immigration person is deluded about what's happening, right? So this comes from understanding that delusion is having a, your belief in the world is distorted, basically. You are distorted about the facts of the world. Now, I get that you're saying, hey, they are, and I do agree with you, but it's not really of their own making, right? They're being targeted with misinformation and disinformation. I think that's different from delusion, where you are, you have no foundation for believing that the world is otherwise. Like, I just sort of, empathically speaking, I'm just sort of saying, well, if you're a diehard Fox News watcher, you're probably going to believe what they tell you. And if you believe what they tell you, you're going to have a distorted view of the world because they're so factually incorrect. And if you do, it doesn't really mean they're deluded. They've just been tricked. I feel that's really harsh, and I think that
we can demonstrate.
Go ahead.
Too, because there's Trump voters who wake up every single day. They'll find out a fact, or they'll realize something they've been told isn't true, and they'll start to question, and they'll be like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, what have I done?" Every day we see stories of this sort of thing. Now, it's true, there are people who get presented with incontrovertible facts that what they believe is the case is not true, and they double down into the fantasy they've been fed for usually emotional reasons or whatever. You may have a case that they're deluded. I don't even think delusion applies there, though, because they're choosing their emotional refuge. It's almost a trauma response at this point. But
right, coping, yeah.
But we see so many people when we can finally get through to them with some reality, the concrete built around them cracks, and they come out and they're like, holy shit, that was all I've been lied to, and I'm so mad about it, That's not delusion. That's miseducation.
Right, and I think as the time goes on, the people that believe Trump on his promises, like no wars, and we would fix healthcare, and all of these promises, and I don't know what Project 2025 is, that hilarious one. I think that it's going to be left with the people who are not tricked anymore. They're on board with fascism and they love it, kind of thing. Like the real you know, as I say, the real people with foam on the mouth, you know, we've got to take back our country and install, I don't know, whatever leader they think they want, you know, a pope, or, you know, the dear king leader of America kind of thing. So yeah, I don't think he should have leaned into this one, though. I think he should have said, no, I don't think they're stupid at all. He did say that, but I just sort of saying, hey, I don't think they're deluded. I think they've been tricked. I think they've been fed misinformation. That's not the same as being deluded.
Appealing, or the indefensible defensible, and that's the thing that I'm kind of attacking. Like, is half the country deluded? I would say right now, to a large extent, yes, but that's not because they're stupid, and it's not by accident, it's by design. And I think part of what I would really like to dig into is part of it is not even being able to agree fundamentally on like things that are factually true. You brought up that north-south divide. The difference that you were talking about there was one of legal perspective, was a conceptual perspective difference on, do states have the right to secede from the union? You know, how much right does an individual state have over the federal government? That same debate taking place today, you know, it would be somebody saying in the South, oh, we don't even have slaves. All of the people here live equally. And
that's exactly what I said. Yep, absolutely. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's about the policy and the implications, the rights and things like that. You can argue whatever you want. You know, that's not the same as what we're seeing today. We're seeing a argument over the actual reality of slaves. Yeah, exactly what I said. Yep.
You know, people in the North saying, you know, in the South, they literally torture these people and throw them in the river for fun, and they don't even use them for work, right? That's the level of, assuming both sides are being deluded, right? That's the level of delusion that we're on today. We don't have disagreements in law or disagreements in concept or idea or narrative about the country. It's like very foundational disagreements on things that we shouldn't have that much of a factual disagreement on.
Right.
Well, so I take it that what you're saying is that in the Civil War, there were genuinely intelligent people on both sides, and they actually disagreed about what kind of America they wanted. They disagreed about their economic interests. They disagreed on constitutional interpretation. They disagreed about whether they wanted to retain the status quo or go into a new type of America. Now, I would argue that we're having very much that exact same kind of fundamental debate right now. Let's just take, for example, the phrase, make America great again. Bit of a cliche, grant, but I would say that the implicit in that is a big idea. That there was an America that we lived in. You could say it's the America of the 50s, the America of 1965, the America of 1980. You can kind of...
Hang on. Shouldn't we know what that is? If you're basing your policies around let's take America back to when it was great, shouldn't people know what period that was that we're actually aiming towards? If you ask different people what period that is, some say the 50s, some say that, you know, obviously the 20s, some say the, you know, these pioneer times, you've got a problem there. Right? You've got a problem there, because if you're talking about policy and these people are voting on it, they've all got different ideas of when America was great. They're all like looking at different policy.
That's the whole thing, is like it drives me so crazy, because like the progressive candidates have been saying, what do you mean make America great again? Are you saying it's not great now? And duh, you know, that's the obvious rhetoric. But on the right, this is what we mean about the miseducation as well as the misinformation, because they all have their own idea of when America was great, which is one of the reasons we see MAGA fracturing now, is because some people want to re-enslave everybody, and some people just want to take away women's right to vote, and some people just want to throw gay people into gas chambers. They don't agree on what it means to be great again. What period are we talking about? And these, they didn't sort this out beforehand. They just assumed everybody thought the same thing they did. Which was dumb, and they should have known better, but they didn't.
I mean, he's the right-wing commentator, and he doesn't know which period it refers to. He's bringing up multiple.
Yeah, because it was always a lie. It was always intended to mislead people, to trick people into thinking whatever they wanted to think. In a way, it's sort of ultimate politics, because while politicians are infamous for promising things, but doing it in a weasel word kind of way, so they don't actually have to deliver, this isn't even a promise. It's a platitude that doesn't even have a meaning upon which the meaning could be. It's like it's missing its meta foundation. It means less than nothing.
Well, I mean, he's not the first one to do that kind of thing. You know, I mean, Obama had the hope message. You know, a lot of politicians use this messaging because it does appeal to the emotional biases of their crowd. Like, I totally understand that, and I understand why they use it.
Yeah.
But you've got to also provide policy, not just like, and that's where it's you know, and I hate to break it to you, but it is a failure of the population. It's a failure of the voters. If you vote for someone, and don't get me wrong, I think this happened earlier in Australia than it did in America. I believe that Trump used an Australian electoral sort of manager, like this guy who managed to get Scott Morrison elected in Australia because he was an idiot. But anyway, during the Liberal era of John Howard, they had this stop the boats, right? Like, and we've been through this, stop the boats. And the reason why is because above Australia, there's sort of a Timor Sea. It's like a very small sea where you can send over boats. So there were a couple of cases of boats coming over from Indonesia, right? And so stop the boats was supposed to be an anti-immigration, we've got to stop these people. Thing is that most people entering illegally, and this might ring true for you, overstay visas. Okay, that is the case, right? Like, have a visa, go to Australia, they're on a student visa or whatever, they just don't leave when it expires. That's basically most of it. So it was a sort of catch cry that, you know, resonated with a lot of people because they'd seen these horrible things that happened, you know, and you know, boats almost sinking, and they weren't very, you know, seaworthy because they're you know, coming illegally. And, you know, they were, oh, well, that sounds good, but you're not actually, it's not an actual anti-immigration policy, right? Like, it's not an actual policy that you're doing. It's just a emotional crutch for the party. Yeah, I won't get into it. There was a whole load of people, things around that, but that happened very early. And I think that, you know, it's on the voter to go, okay, but what is your policy? And will that actually work? You know, and the problem comes that the media, they see all of the fervor emotion behind it and go, this is a great story. We'll get tons of clicks and you know, people will watch it. It'll drum up so much business, so many eyeballs, and they don't actually analyze whether that's a good policy, whether that policy will work to achieve what it's supposed to achieve. They just go, oh, well, that sounds emotional. People are going to get all amped up over that.
So many comments on our YouTube video.
Right, exactly. You know, like, even if we get the dislikes, it's engagement. You know, and that's the problem. People will do whatever for engagement, not for actual an analysis of whether it's actually working or not. You know, and that's the problem. One of the many problems. So, yeah, I call it a failure of the public, but it's also a failure of the media. It's a failure of, you know, these parties to be transparent about what they're doing. It's a failure all round. Yeah.
Pick your own preferred date. But the things worked better in this country before, in the past.
Did it?
We have messed up. We have become more polarized, more hateful, more violent. Our goals have begun to pull further apart. I would argue that in the Reagan years, for example, the debates were not so much about goals, but about means. We all agreed that America, if you were to take a poll in 1980 or the early 80s and ask Americans, do you think America should be strong, prosperous? Do you think we should have law and order? Do you think America should be an example to the world? Do you think that most people, if given the chance, will want to come here? You get yes, 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 and yes. Now, you might disagree. If we create a prosperous pie, how should that pie be shared? The argument was...
Well, so there's problems there. Because if you were a white businessman during the Reagan era, you owned a business or whatever, he was great for you. But if you were a gay man dying of AIDS. Reagan, not so good, right?
Mhm.
Famously did not even admit there was an epidemic until way too late. Way too late. Like, and it is reprehensible the amount of damage that was caused by that man through just refusing to acknowledge that there was a problem. Right? So it depends on who you were at that point. You know, do you think America should be great? Yeah, but it depends on great for who. I think it should be great for everybody. You know, I think that being the most, the most economically powerful nation in the world, like, it is so rich a country, it is almost criminal how little some people have. Like, just criminal. So I think it should be great for everybody, not just 1% of people. And that's the difference. But should it be powerful? Like, militarily?
What are these questions? What do we mean? What is the utility?
Yeah.
What is the function? We're just bloviating about patriotism. Oh, America is so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no shit. Our military spending is more than the next 25 countries combined.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and you know, when you say powerful, it's sort of like, well, what should that power and how should that power be used? Should that because I mean, I think, so I'm not, I may be a bit contentious. I think they spend too much, but I do appreciate that the America, or the United States of America, used to provide and benefited a lot from maintaining a stable world trading order. Right, that order that says, hey, if you are doing trade, if, you know, some person's boats get ransacked on the way to the US, they're going to be in trouble. You know, the Somalian pirates or whatever take tankers, disrupts the trade, America's going to be pissed. And yes, that is a pure financial motivation for them, but it's not bad. It maintains that order of, hey, we can trade without attacking one another and things like that. So for the most part, apart from certain wars that they started, America was a stabilizing force, right? Like, on the large part. Now, that might be contentious. You may not agree. Okay, great. We can discuss that. But on the whole, I think it did maintain that world trading order for the benefit of everybody, right? And it benefited, the nation that benefited the most was America. Just saying. Okay, it definitely benefited the most from that. You know, I disagree that it has to be so large, yes, but it was a stabilizing force. But, you know, if you're talking about using that power to invade other countries or, you know, take out heads of state and things like that, then no, that's not a stabilizing force. That's a destabilizing force. Because, you know, if you're threatening with the power, it's going to destabilize things. So, you know, should it be powerful? Yes, as long as that power is used responsibly.
About that, but on the need for prosperity, on the principles of the founding, no disagreement about goals.
Don't forget what Uncle Ben said, or remember what Uncle Ben said. With great power comes great responsibility.
Now, we are in America where we can't agree about goals, and I would say that one half of the country, my half, Trump's half, we think that there's a better America we want to go back to. You don't. You want to take us into some progressive utopia. So right there, this is hardly a disagreement about facts.
Okay, so Dinesh, like the straw man, he is wildly misrepresenting everything so far. Like, wildly.
He's kind of illustrating Destiny's point, in fact.
Right.
Like, Destiny's saying, I believe there is blue and there is red. And Dinesh is saying, well, it isn't really about blue and red. It's like more about like which color has a metaphysical qualia that's superior for the greater number of the people on my side. In fact, does blue even really exist? Like, that's exactly what he's talking about. You know,
Yeah.
you're saying it isn't even about the facts, which is fucking hell.
Well, this isn't about the facts. He is signaling to his base, but nobody thinks that, hey, we're going to, elect some Democrats, some progressives like AOC or Bernie Sanders and stuff, and suddenly it's going to be a utopia. Literally nobody is saying that, right? It's the case where he's basically going, well, you want this socialist perfection system kind of thing, which is, unattainable. Yeah, it may be unattainable, but we can make a better system with this one than this sort of 1% of people hoard incredible amounts of wealth. That's all they're saying. They're not saying suddenly there's no drug problems anywhere in the world. No one's saying that, right? But this is the framing that they set up when they want to make the case of, well, why should we do this if it doesn't completely solve the problem, right? Like, why should we have, so a needle exchange system, for instance? People are still going to share needles, get AIDS, die from overdoses, etc., etc. It's like, it's not to eliminate it completely, all right? It may not solve it. What we're trying to do is help. Like, we're trying to make things better. When no one's saying it's a black and white fallacy. No one's saying it's going to be a utopia. Just being better is what we're after.
It's also sort of, it's a replay, right? Like, zoom out a bit. There was rather famously another country where a demagogue type leader came to power by saying there was a time when our country was great. And we need to go back to being like that again for the betterment of the fatherland and whatnot.
Yes. But I don't think that really existed. I think that I think that nostalgia and that sort of that tendency to look back on memories and say and wipe out all the bad and only remember the good parts, right? And we have a tendency to do that, especially when we give advice. If you've noticed that when we advise somebody, when we give advice, we usually wipe away the bad stuff and shine it a bit. I'm always cautious of people giving advice based upon past events in their life, because they're probably not including all the bad. They're probably just, shining it up a bit to make it seem a bit better. But that's just me.
No, you're not wrong. There's so many people who are like, oh, things were better in the 1950s when I was a child, but never mind that. You say, well, what about, racial equality? What about civil rights? Do you want to undo the Civil Rights Act? And they're like, well, it wasn't so bad for black people back then. Did you know black people back then? Did you know that, like, the whole separate but equal thing, it's people don't even think about it because they didn't experience it or they weren't even alive for it or whatever the case may be. Like, it wasn't that there was a separate bathroom for black people that was just as good, but it was separate and it was the segregation was rude and uncouth and all. No, the white people got a real bathroom with indoor plumbing, toilet paper and whatnot. The black people got a stool out back. If it's snowing, if it's hurricaning, if it's whatever, doesn't matter. Not the white people's problem. You shouldn't have been a black person in public or something.
Well, I found out the other day, and I did not know this, right? This is a surprise to me. It may not be to you. It might be, oh, this Australian didn't know that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I am kind of ridiculous. Fine, cool. I'm not up to date with the 1940s America. Sorry.
How dare?
I was made aware.
Neither are we. We don't teach anything in our schools.
Well, I was made aware that there was, after the 1940s of World War II, something called the GI Bill, which it essentially helped returning soldiers. It's basically the precursor to the VA, basically. that helped soldiers get housing, get a step up, get help, get assistance as they came back. And it was after World War II and I did not know that due to racial discrimination, Jim Crow laws, a lot of black people who fought and died for the country, well, they didn't die, but saw friends die, they may have sustained injuries, they just did not get assistance from this bill. They were precluded from the bill. Did not help black GIs coming back. Apparently that also happened during Vietnam. They largely were unassisted by the GI Bill after that time, and that is terrible. Because I talk a lot about reciprocity. Things should be fair. If I go to war and I suffer and I bleed for my country, and I sweat, bleed, and cry for my country, and a black person does as well, we should be treated the fucking same, right? They bled, sweat, and cried just as much as I did. It is appalling that you would say, oh no, based on the color, you're going to get assistance, they're not going to. And that's what Jim Crow did. It made things so unequal. Do we want to go back to that? Where that is ridiculous.
And I guess it could be a disagreement about facts. If you want to argue the facts of what life was like in 1980 or what the GDP was, I'm happy to discuss that. But I guess what I'm really saying is it is a conflict of visions. We want a society in which immigrants come to assimilate. We want a society in which...
I don't think the left wouldn't disagree with that. The left wouldn't disagree with that.
I feel like he's setting up a Mott and Bailey. He's just speaking out of his ass right now, but I think he's trying to get away from the facts of facts to make it about ideas and visions and whatnot. But really, we're at the base level point. Not even the base level. We're in the substrata of the foundation of the argument with vision. It's literally progressive or regressive. There isn't even specific policies. It's just the platonic form of the concepts at this point.
No, but the thing is, he's trying so hard to get away from what actually Destiny is saying, because we're not arguing about, well, we want immigrants to come and assimilate. Yes, our country has a culture and they need to assimilate to that culture, and they're welcome to bring their own, but they need to, fold it in with the rest of the melting pot. And that's the whole point, right? Nobody's saying that, oh, we want people in here even if, they don't assimilate and have completely separate, they're not part of the country, they have their own enclaves or whatever. Nobody is saying that, right? What we're arguing about is whether immigrants do come to assimilate or we're just letting in a bunch of terrorists, right? That's what we're arguing over. And we're sort of saying
to it as well. There's progressives want people to assimilate to the degree necessary for civilization to function. That's just necessary.
Sure.
But it's encouraged to maintain your own culture, to hang on to your heritage, your history, and so forth. Because it's not just a human rights thing, it's also the understanding that diversity of perspectives, of outlooks, of education, and all of these things, they're a strength, and we value those. Whereas the conservative view is assimilation should be total. If you come here, you need to forget your language, you need to delete your history, you need to be American and always have been American in an Orwellian sense. And that's not just evil, it's impossible, Yeah.
But no, I totally get that, and I definitely acknowledge that. I just think that a lot of the arguments that I've seen come down to who are these people that are coming in from overseas. Are they future Americans or are they dangerous people? And that I really think is illustrated by, Trump sitting there going, they're sending they're murderers, they're rapists, they're thieves, and some of them I presume are good people, kind of thing. That is the reality of it, where I look at the people and I go, well, they're just humans with families. Yes, some may be bad actors, right? Like from the Bondi thing, yeah, some are bad actors, but that is not the vast majority of them. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there is that disconnect of reality of how we perceive immigrants, right? What the actual facts of them are, whether they are just people seeking a better life or whether they are all, just criminals coming in.
Yeah, and it's a disagreement about that. It's also a disagreement of like the way things are handled, like to go to the disagreement about what is fucking real. That whole thing that Trump is still peddling, that Kamala was the border czar and she let in 100 million illegals or some crazy fucking shit like that. Like that we have never, ever had open borders. There was shoot, I was doing one of my stories on the morning show had to do with a person who immigrated over in like the 1930s or some shit. And she had to leave her brother and like one of her children and a bunch of other people. Like she couldn't just bring everyone with her because we didn't just accept everyone here in the US,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the guy who at Bondi who tackled that shooter, right? Like just absolute champion, put his life on the line for others. What a guy. The rest of his family is over in Syria. Like that is a guy who risked his life for others, an absolute hero, and the rest of his family's still over in Syria. I think that we don't just take anybody, and we've never just taken anybody. That's the whole point. But Dinesh D'Souza wants to frame it like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just critical of D'Souza because he's spoken like you can see what he's doing. He's framing it up as a black and white, and he's not addressing the actual argument. Why are we disagreeing over the reality of things rather than the policy and the effect of the policy? That's what I want to know. And Destiny's asked that question. D'Souza's done everything to get away with it and back to, we're disagreeing about the policy. No, we're disagreeing about the reality.
Yeah, we can't even talk about policy until we agree. Like he said, we could talk about the GDP in 1980. We should be able to just look it up and both go, yep, that's what it was. Why can't we do that with stuff today? Why can't we look up, the COVID infection rate from the CDC as of, January 19th, 2024, and just agree that that's what the data was?
That's the reality, yeah.
Why do we have to have a debate over all of reality says this, except for Trump who says that, and therefore it's just as valid,
I mean, why can't we look up the unemployment rate? Why can't we just look that up? It's a very important metric. We need to be able to look up the unemployment rate. We need to be able to look up all of these things. Like, it does remind me that it is really dangerous when the government starts to stop information from being shared with the public. It's always dangerous. It's never ended well at all.
Your identity takes a subordinate role to our identity as Americans. We want a society in which free markets are the engine to prosperity. We want a society in which we recognize that the world is made up of very dangerous people, and sometimes you have to smash in a few heads in order to protect your own interests. We want to live in a society where there's the rule of law, and if you come here illegally...
Like, no, first of all, you can't imagine a world where unregulated free markets are the engine to prosperity. That's just a fucking pipe dream. That's not how anything works. But he's also, like, presenting this idea that, like, only the conservatives believe that there are bad guys in the world, and sometimes you have to fight to defend yourself. Like, for fucking real? Are we 4 years old? You people don't think that you ever have to stand up for yourself. We know there are bad people in the world. We're afraid that one of them is in the fucking White House.
Yeah. And I mean, this whole idea of, oh, well, conservatives are all free market. Really? Then why did Trump put tariffs on everything? That's not a free market. Right? That if you think that a free market is the road to, and we had free trade agreements with all kinds of countries. You had free trade agreements with all kinds of countries. I feel like an honorary American at this point, I got to say. Anyway, you know, if you're putting tariffs on them, that is not a free market. Maybe he says, oh, we think a free market in America and not a free market outside of America is the way to economic prosperity. Well, okay, I would disagree with that, sure. But that's not what we're talking about.
You know, we bail out industries where there happens to be big donors.
That's true.
And we just let the industries that don't donate, they just, we don't need food this year. If the corporate farmers didn't donate, then they're out of luck. And if we don't have food, well, whatever. You know, like there's no sense to any of this.
Yeah, and that's a really good example. I want to point this out. This is a really good example from TP Seeker. The immigrants are eating cats and they're eating dogs, right? That is a perfect example of what we're talking about. Like, we're not talking about whether immigrants are good and bad. The fact is that immigrants are either eating pets or they're not. And all of the information says that they're not. Right? Like, that is the information. But for some reason, there is one side that still believes it, even after it's been debunked completely.
There's every right to send you home. There's no such thing as a good lawbreaker or a bad lawbreaker any more than there's such a thing as good discrimination and bad discrimination. So
yeah, but these immigrants, they're not breaking the law. They're not breaking the law. They're immigrating legally through the process, and you guys are deporting them anyway.
He's kind of like feeding into Destiny's thing about disagreeing about facts. There is such a thing as a good lawbreaker. You know, the parable about lying to the Germans about whether Anne Frank is in the attic. Right. That's breaking the law. If there's an unjust law, even Martin Luther King said this. If there's an unjust law, then the correct thing to do is break that law.
I'm not so certain Dinesh D'Souza would be, on Anne Frank's side in that example, since, he's a Confederacy advocate and stuff. So, Jester says, we're proud to have you, but are you proud to be here? Look, I mean, I would be, I honestly, I like the American people. I hate the systems you've created for yourselves, but I do like the people. So I would be proud to be an American. Sure. I've met a wide range of people, with some of whom are awesome. And I like the mentality. I do like the fighting spirit, the positivity, the overall perspective of the Americans. I think that maybe you go for too much individualism and a bit more collectivism would probably be a good idea. But, that's one thing you guys disagree on. And that's okay.
I've just articulated several, and I could keep going, principles. This has nothing to do with whether Trump had a bag of documents in Mar-a-Lago. It is a conflict of visions, and it seems to me that you are denying that. Either that or you just agree right now that all the principles I've articulated are yours as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say exactly that. The issue that I have with the more abstract, high-level conceptual...
Those are principles. They were fucking... Oh, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
Conversations is that everybody agrees with these things. That people should, of course, people should be here relatively, legally as far as you can be. People should be here
as far as you can be. What is it? This is kind of like saying I favor lawbreaking.
Yeah, as far as you can be. I think there should be a road for people who came illegally, who have been working in the community, to be accepted into the country. There should be a path for people like that. Ideally, people shouldn't enter illegally, but I think that sort of a path for those people who really have come into a country and made no trouble and assimilated into the country, there should be a path for them as well. Really, in my opinion.
I don't favor law breaking unless it's
Sure, I say as far as it can be because some immigration stuff is hazy. So, for instance, sometimes conservatives seem like they're okay with asylum seekers, like they suddenly are with South Africans who are white. Other times they seem like they don't believe in asylum seeking at all. So I'm cutting out a little bit of on the edge here for presidential things like TPS, temporary protected status, things like DACA. For the most part, broadly speaking, I largely agree that everybody should be here in as legal process as possible. I think that people should, as far as they can, try not to break any laws. People get speeding tickets. Obviously, you shouldn't be shot for this. But broadly speaking, everything you say, everybody agrees with. But the issue is that when we have these high-level conceptual disagreements, say, for instance, we should have a president who doesn't commit crimes, and then we have a president who has clearly committed crimes, and one side sees that very plainly, and the other side screams lawfare, that's not true. There is a factual distinction there. That's not a difference of ideology or a difference of vision. It's a difference of understanding factually of what's in the record. And the unfortunate thing is we're not talking about complicated physics or chemistry or biology. It's very simple facts. If you can read a simple indictment, you can see how things are laid out, and it should be a thing that 95% of the population can grasp and understand.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I respect a person, well, I would respect a person more if they went, yeah, he's committed crimes and I don't care, rather than, oh, he committed no crimes whatsoever, right? Like, right, like it's all just, it's just this conspiracy thing that the state did to try and stop him. No, they didn't do enough to stop him from running for office, because you should not have a criminal in office ever, because they will break the law. It will happen. Like we're talking about immigrants like, oh, they're trying to enter the country, but they're all breaking the law. What about the presidency? Like, should you be allowed to enter the country if you broke the law? Probably not, no. But should you be allowed to enter the country? Should you be able to run the country if you broke the law? Oh, well, that's just fine. Like, what are we talking about here? It's wild. It's wild.
Like, for instance, that Donald Trump took documents from the White House that he didn't have authorization to keep. He showed them to multiple people at Mar-a-Lago. He refused to cooperate, first with the National Archives and Records Administration, and then with the FBI. And then eventually his home was raided. Some documents were never recovered. The whole time, he was in the complete and total wrong in multiple levels, but the right refused to acknowledge this, screamed lawfare over and over again. And then when you push them on things like, don't you think it's good to have like a rule of law? They appeal to these high-level concepts like, well, freedom and the past was good and all this. And it's like, well, we can't talk about any particular instances of anything happening. It's a pointless conversation.
That's a very good point. He's sort of talking about the actual reality that Trump is a convicted criminal. He is. He got indicted, convicted for financial crimes. He is a criminal. He is a felon. That was a felony.
34 of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we can just sum it up into he did a whole bunch of financial crimes, like basically misrepresenting the value of his properties to banks and taxation and things like that. And you get people going, oh, but it didn't hurt anybody. Yeah, but you can like go around, shoot a gun into the air and not hurt anybody. It doesn't mean that you didn't commit a crime, right? Like, he definitely committed crimes, and it probably did hurt people, because he sort of misrepresented his finances to the bank, and he probably didn't pay as much tax as he should, which is why, even though back in the day he said he'd release his tax records, remember that? He was going to release all his tax records in a couple of weeks, and it never happened. It never happened. Millions of years of... Absolutely. Oh, Jester, you in charge. I see... caps and bells for everybody, to be honest with you. Not.
Well, I find that this habit is hardly confined to the right. I'm something of an expert on the 2020 election, and I've given...
No, you aren't. No, you aren't. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm an expert on the 2020 election. No, you produced a shitty documentary, none of the claims in which couldn't be backed up in court. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Wow, talk about like appeal to your own authority is completely unwarranted. Dang.
Talks about it. And every time I talk about it, someone goes, well, there clearly is nothing wrong in the 2020 election because there were 50 cases where these things were adjudicated.
Yeah.
Now, there's not a single case in which the actual allegations of fraud were adjudicated on all kinds of...
What? Yes, they were. They challenged it in court, and the court said produce the evidence because it is incumbent upon you to produce the evidence that this has happened. And they didn't. You cannot blame anybody but the complainant for that. It's like if somebody, accuses, if I accuse Ember of slander, I'm sure it's happened at some point. I accuse her of slander, right? And they say, okay, where is the evidence of the slander? And I go, I'm sure she said something at some point. That is a dismissed case because I'm not actually presenting that it actually happened at all.
Yeah, it's so fucking crazy. Oh, a thing probably, but we do see that sort of presented as a semi-serious argument. Well, there's that whole thing about how every accusation coming from the right turns out to be a confession.
Right.
So we see a lot of things. Well, to bring it back to Benghazi, right? Like the Hillary's emails. It turns out Trump's been hiding classified documents himself, and just every single thing. But I digress. The point is they do actually do that. They say stuff like they're eating the cats and eating the dogs, and they're not. They're just, oh well, someone probably did at some point, and that's good enough. By golly, holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
The procedural obstacles or issues of standing, these cases were dismissed. You should have brought the case before the election. You had to do that. Obviously, the fraud was not obvious then. If you brought it after the election, it's moot. Or this is brought at the state level. It needs to be at the federal level. And so the procedure...
He is really... like, I've noticed that Dinesh D'Souza, when he doesn't have a point and he's trying to obfuscate his volume rises, like he just shouts this shit. No, it was adjudicated at many levels. There was 50 cases. You're only counting the ones where there is some sort of procedural problem, right? Not all the ones where they just didn't present any evidence and it was dismissed because they didn't present any evidence whatsoever. Wow.
Procedural adjudication is considered adequate to establish the veracity or the validity of the 2020 election.
Just as a
Well, with procedural dismissals, why didn't they relitigate it? Why didn't they resubmit it? Why not? Right? It's not with prejudice, meaning you cannot resubmit any procedure. Number one, why are your lawyers getting the procedure wrong? Because they were incompetent as fuck. Because you wouldn't find reputable lawyers that really wanted to challenge this because they didn't have any evidence. They knew that it would be dismissed, so you only had incompetent ones. Number two, it doesn't stop you from refiling. That's the word I was looking for. Refiling that case. It doesn't stop you. So why didn't they? Who knows?
a quick thing.
I'll just finish my point and you can jump
we can
in.
do the 2020 election. So do you concede on the whole Mar-a-Lago thing that Trump was retaining documents and then we can move to the 2020 election?
We haven't addressed Mar-a-Lago. I'm setting up the...
Why haven't you? That's the thing about D'Souza.
Dodging and dipping and ducking and diving and dancing the night away.
Let's go over to this thing I purportedly am an expert in, kind of thing. You know, like let's not talk about the thing that you brought up. Can we please get an agreement on this? And I like what Destiny's doing there. He's basically stopping him from running. He's got to and if I was Destiny, I'd point out he didn't actually ever address this. Make a note. I do say I would like them to be able to take notes. I think I think I'd be a bit stuck if I couldn't take notes, to be honest with you.
The intellectual groundwork by saying that on the 2020 election, statements are made that are accepted as gospel by the left. Let's take a simple one that was repeated ad nauseum. The 2020 election was the safest, most secure election in U.S. history.
I don't remember anybody saying that. I don't remember anybody saying. I don't know. Was that something that was said by the left?
It's possible. Let's see. The 2020 election was the, let's say, most secure.
Right.
In U.S. history. Let's see if anything pops up here. Did anybody say it? Paper ballots, no widespread fraud. I'm not finding like any quotes referenced. It just seems to be like a general consensus zeitgeist sort of thing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's very, very strange. It's sort of like he's making this black and white fallacy again. It's either completely stolen or it's the most secure, reliable election result ever made. There is a lot of grey room in between there. Like, it is a reasonably secure and a correctly procedured election. You know, like, it doesn't need to be the most secure one in order to... But, you know, if you are the one saying that there's been fraud, you need to present evidence of it. He's also, like, shifting the burden of proof, going, oh, well, if you're claiming it's the most secure, you've got to provide it that it wasn't stolen. What? No, that's not how this works. Wow. Like, how can you provide evidence that fraud wasn't done? They submitted all the stuff.
Weird fucking claim. And like,
yeah.
The only reason they say it is because of partisan hackery. Like, there's no evidence to support a claim there was anything wrong, but
right.
And we've looked harder. That like it's definitely the most investigated election in U.S. history. Holy shit!
Yep.
But yeah, like there's a lot of claims about cyber attacks and interference and whatnot. But those claims were out there before the election. That's why so many states took their voting machines offline and made them store the ballots remotely until the polls closed and then upload them. You know, it's steps were taken because we care about fucking security.
Yep. And I mean, I do remember that election, and you know, from my memory, I do remember Trump trying to influence it, like to close the mail-in ballots early, you know, not count them basically, and to, you know, all of these different things. He was trying to close the count when he was ahead, but not all the votes had been counted. You know, like things like that. It's not good. Lilivol trades for $5. Chris Krebs, Trump's attorney and former United States director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. He said it was the most secure.
Oh, it was Trump's dude. Yep,
it was
I've got
Trump's
an
dude.
interview from Face the Nation on August 6, 2023, where he comes on to CBS News. Chris Krebs, former director of CISA and currently a CBS News cybersecurity expert and analyst, says there are any number of state election officials who had every incentive in the world to prove that something had happened to deliver the outcome that President Trump wanted, but it never happened. So yay.
Sorry, to deliver the outcome Trump wanted.
Right. Like, for example, that call you mentioned earlier where we have a recording of him talking to the
governor of Georgia,
attorney person, whatever, from Georgia, you know, find me the vote. Like they were under pressure. They were motivated to fake things, and even faking things in his favor, they couldn't do it, you know?
Right. Yeah.
To which I ask, where is the evidence that there was less fraud in 2020 than in 2016, 2012, 2008, 2004? Where is that demonstration? Who has actually done a comparative evaluation of the amount of fraud in recent, forget about old elections, and shown that there was less in 2020? The answer is, not only has this never been demonstrated, it has never been attempted. And so an utterly idiotic statement, almost preposterous on its face.
It's never been attempted.
They're moving so fast. Did somebody clock their speedometer? Like, not only is he shifting the burden, well, prove there wasn't fraud. No, you're making a claim there was fraud. You need to show it, dude.
And he's basically going into conspiracy theory territory. Oh, it was never investigated because we weren't allowed to have, just unfiltered access to all of the election systems kind of thing. Well, yeah, but you have people from the other side as observers and things, and no credible evidence of fraud actually was presented. It's wild. I don't understand. Wow, D'Souza, you're awful. You're just awful.
Face. We know that this election we just had, and we're proclaiming it to be the safest ever, with zero empirical evidence produced to support that. And yet, the entire left, to my knowledge, without exception, went along, nodded its head, accepted this as true, became very scornful of any attempts to show the contrary. So doesn't this show factual dogmatism on the left that is just as corrosive as anything on the right?
They're believing the demonstrated facts. Clearly, it's dogma.
Wow.
No, so, I mean, we can go through any of these statements. I'm still
with your facts and data.
He seems to just be dog whistling, like just sort of, hey, you believe the election's stolen, agree with me. I think it's stolen too, agree with me. I wonder how long this dog whistling can go on. Like, it really is obnoxious. It really is.
Putting a pin in the Mar-a-Lago thing, because I think it's important to go back to, but I'm very familiar with the 2020.
Oh, okay. So he said it wasn't stolen, and now Trump's trying to take vindictive prosecution, or Trump's after him for it. Yeah. Which is wild.
Election.
Okay.
I think the issue is that, one, when people say, well, it wasn't adjudicated on the facts, it was tossed on standing or procedural grounds, that's bad for the person bringing the case. If you're losing on standing, then you must have never had a serious case to begin with, because that is literally the easiest part of a case to survive.
Yes.
To build a prima facie case saying that I have authorization to bring this case in front of this court has subject matter jurisdiction, and it's the appropriate venue to hear the case, and here are my complaints where I'm alleging that a law was broken. In half of these, they didn't even have the remedies that they were looking for was to toss the entire outcome of that election, which is an insane remedy if you're looking for that. A court's not even going to bother to hear the case, because the whole point of a court hearing a case is that they're going to grant you some kind of relief. If a court can't do anything about it, then the court's not going to listen to it. Number one. Number two, for the evidence that was made public, we know that for a lot of this, it was a blatant lie. So for instance, when we watched Trump's lawyers show and we watched Trump talk about the hidden boxes in that in the State Farm arena that were pulled out from under the table and put back, and we don't know where they came from, we do know where they came from. And you can tell because if you watch the full 6-hour video where she's giving a presentation to the state election board or state legislature or whatever, you can see her fast forward 10 minutes where they were counting, they finished counting for the night, they take the boxes, put them on the floor, slide them under. 10 minutes later, they get a call saying, actually, we're going to resume counting because we want to get these results out faster. They take the same boxes out, they put them on the table. Not only was that a complete and total bold-faced lie when it was first presented in court or presented to the public, it was a lie that Trump repeated up to and including his speech on January 6th, where he encouraged his followers to go and riot at the Capitol to try to delay.
Whoop. Yep. Yeah. But, a significant proportion of the population believed it, even though the facts were they didn't know where the boxes came from. It was not fraud. They were doing their jobs perfectly as they should be. And I believe that and what's really upsetting, even though these election officials did their jobs how they should without any prejudice towards anybody, they were harassed and accosted and their lives made a living nightmare from people believing these lies, believing that, hey, they just produced that box full of ballots from nowhere. They didn't. It's
something of a pastime in the U.S. these days.
And
I'm not just referring to personal experience, but things like guys busting into pizza places that don't even have a basement demanding to be taken to the basement.
Right.
So they can break up the fictional trafficking ring that's happening there.
Yep. And then the annoying part about that is there's obviously the pizza place is bullshit, but there's a grain of truth down at the bottom of there that there is among very, very well connected, there is a pedophile ring operating that has not been addressed by the law. But what you don't do then is put like one of the major people in that entire thing into the presidency. That's a bad idea. Okay, that's a really bad idea. He's got a really good point, and this is wild because he's talking to D'Souza, who is one of the people responsible for these lies. He's not an expert on the subject matter. He's a propagandist who made a what can only generously be called a documentary about a stolen election that was not, in fact, stolen, with a lot of bullshit in it.
The outcome of the election. So every single case has been some variation of them not knowing if a law was broken. You can listen to hours and hours of deposition. You can read the subpoenas. You can read the judge's decisions. There's a reason why you guys will say, well, all of them were thrown out. None was adjudicated on the merits. Trump, was president for 4 years. He had Barr look into all of these claims. Barr said that all of them were BS. Trump is president now. He has the ability to go back and look at stuff. Nothing has been dug up. In fact, the first time Trump was president, when he also made claims that the election was rigged, he put together an election board to look at if there was any impropriety or fraud that happened in any of the states, and they found nothing. They disbanded it in like a year. For the final point, you bring this point up that while it's crazy that they say this was the safest election ever because there hasn't been a comparative analysis on fraud, I think the point of the statement was to say that there were more people, more cameras, more systems that were looking at this election than in any prior election. And I would argue that just like how Doge went through the entire government and massively failed at discovering any waste, fraud, or abuse, Donald Trump and all of his cronies have been looking at so much election-related stuff, and the only fraud, weird stuff we've seen has come from the Republican side. Tina Peters being a great example of that. Trump trying to steal the election with his false elector sites being another great example of that.
All right.
Oops. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know who Tina Peters is. I'm sorry. I'm not that great on. Oh, was she? Oh, I think I remember this. Unauthorized access to election machines. Yes. So yeah. But this is the problem. If you convince half the people that the other side is cheating, they're going to try and cheat as well. It's called the sucker effect, right? Like, are you familiar with the sucker effect?
I don't believe so.
Well, you get it a lot in team projects, right? It's one of the things to look out for. Like, obviously, I've got a background in sort of corporate-ish kind of stuff and business stuff. So it's when you have a team project and say everybody works, but there's one person that just slacks off and does nothing, kind of thing. The problem there, and why you have to pull them up and say reasonably, look, you've got to start carrying some weight here, at least a bit more, is because when people see that guy, they'll go, well, why am I working so hard and they're not? They don't want to be the sucker who is doing the thing and somebody else is getting away with, not doing it and relaxing and not doing any work. So they stop working as hard as well. Next person sees two people not doing, and they stop working hard as well. And the sucker effect sort of chains onwards with that. With this, we're talking about, one side is going, well, we're doing everything completely right, and the other side is just cheating. So the sucker effect will go, well, why am I doing the right thing if they're cheating? I should cheat as well because they are. And so, when you convince your followers that, that the other side is cheating, they will probably do it as well because they will go, well, it's unfair. The problem then comes, and bear with me because this is what I want to get at. The problem then comes that the people on the other side, the Democratic side, see this actual cheating, and then the sucker effect will probably kick in as well. The Republicans are cheating. Why don't we do it as well? And at the end of the day, before long, you've got a situation where everybody's doing the wrong thing and nobody knows where it all started, right? This is the problem with doing things like this.
Once the Democrats start cheating also, then the Republicans can legitimately say, look, they actually are cheating. Now we're justified in this. It's wild. There are limits to it, though. The first is personal experience. I can relate to this sort of thing. I've mentioned before, when I was a repossession agent for 3 years, I would, take vehicles away from people who were cheating. They were abusing the social systems. They were often drug dealers. They were living large with giant televisions. And here I was working my fingers to the fucking bone. And I barely had a pot to piss in, to take the old phrase. Like one example that I frequently cite is one person. I repossessed a brand new, fully loaded Ford Mustang that had $500 in lottery scratch-offs in the back seat, but they couldn't make their payment. And when I knocked on their door, they had a big screen TV the size of the entire wall of their living room, in public housing, mind you. And then at the end of my shift, I went home and I turned on my hand-me-down thrift store 13-inch television. And I just went, why am I trying so fucking hard? Why am I doing it? It's the sucker effect, right? They're cheating. Why am I killing myself doing it the right way? But there's a limit, because I ran into my own morals. It's the same problem I have here on YouTube. Why don't I do the apologist thing? Because I can do it better than the apologists. My morals get in the way, we see it in the zeitgeist as well. In literature, it comes up. One in particular is a story where the mentor character says to the main character, in life there are two kinds of people. There's the kind of people who say you're playing a game of basketball, and this is the way the mentor phrases it, is in a game of basketball, what happens when you get a foul? When you get 5 fouls, and the main character says, well, you get ejected from the game unless you're playing in one certain league, then it's 6 fouls, but whatever. Like you have to not try to break the rules, because if you do it too many times, you get ejected from the game. And the mentor says, right, there's another kind of person who sees it as though you're allowed to break the rules 5 times before you get ejected from the game. So you get 4 free rule breaks before you suffer a real penalty. And if you're not using those breaking of the rules opportunities, you're not actually playing the game correctly. And the sucker effect, it's a real thing. You get bitter about the people that you perceive as cheating, but there is a limit to it, because some people will run afoul of their own morals. Like, even understanding that's how the other side perceives things, it's still not that easy to just switch over and do what they're doing,
Right. No, I totally get where you're coming from. Absolutely. I believe there's also that, and there's also consequences for this kind of thing. We're fallible, that we do not see the consequences of their behavior in their lives, right? Like, so that person may not go on to do X, Y, and Z because of the habit that they've picked up of not, helping in work, or that person that you're talking about, you don't see where, they lose everything and go to jail for fraud or whatever because they cheated the system. We don't see that. We only see the current, iteration of what is happening. So that is why integrity is important. It's because, without that integrity that you have, I don't want to become another, apologist lying to people kind of thing. I think that a lot of the people I know like that, I doubt that they're very happy doing so. I do not want that kind of life for myself. The amount of preachers and proselytizers and people like that have been busted, with male prostitutes or doing drugs and things like that, I've got a feeling that their life isn't particularly happy. It's not a particularly happy life. So, I think that, I don't know. I mean, some people do believe it, some people don't. Whatever. I think that I don't want that life for myself. I really don't. So,
So
light smattering of applause. Yeah.
So let me offer a couple thoughts. Number one, if you're right that a bungled legal effort failed on account of the incompetence of the people who tried to prove the fraud, I would argue by the same token that the Democratic goofballs who launched 90+ charges against Trump in multiple jurisdictions were equally dumb because they made claims that they were unable to sustain.
They did sustain it. Most of the charges against him weren't dropped for procedural reasons. It was dropped because he became president. Like I mean, oh yeah, the Georgia one, yes, that was absolutely bungled by the prosecution. That was absolutely terrible, right? So that was to do with the electoral fraud and the phone call to the governor kind of thing, trying to find votes. The prosecutor was involved with somebody on their team, and then the Trump side successfully argued that that was a conflict of interest for some reason. I'm not sure why it's a conflict of interest, but they decided to. It was bungled by the prosecution. It really was, like, admittedly. But the problem there is that when it was dismissed with prejudice, which is incredibly unusual, because like they could not retry it, they could not refile it, which is just ridiculous. Something about the prosecutor got like barred from any prosecution cases, so it's sort of her office couldn't resubmit it or refile it. It was really weird, the way that they did it. But I'm sure that they would refile that again if they could. That's the difference. You can refile these election interference charges, and they don't.
The cases were thrown out, made moot, exposed to the public for their prima facie idiocy, or they capsized of their own weight. They were withdrawn. Fani Willis was basically had her own problems and had to withdraw. The successors basically decided that's the end of that. So what I'm getting at is either we rely on the legal process.
Yeah, that was her, Fani Willis. I don't think it was up to her, as far as I know, I don't think it was up to her office to withdraw. I thought they made it I don't think that's actually factual. Let me have a look. I don't think that's factual. I thought that her office couldn't refile it. Yeah, so the Court of Appeals ruled that Willis alongside her office were to be removed for an appearance of impropriety. So her office couldn't do it. This finalized the Fulton County DA's office disqualification from the case. Willis said her office would transfer the case file and evidence to the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, which announced that its executive director, Pete Skandalakis, would be the new director. A new prosecutor, I'm sorry. And that was in September 2012. 2025, what am I saying? 2025. So apparently that's still moving forward under Pete Skandalakis. So it hasn't actually been dropped, but her office can no longer prosecute that case because she's been removed from that case completely. For the appearance of impropriety, not even impropriety.
It's very peculiar.
Yeah, I don't see where the so she's the district attorney of Fulton County, so it's been sort of moved to the Georgia, but it's not over as far as I know. But yeah, absolutely bungled. Don't get me wrong, absolutely bungled. Yes, absolutely. It was absolutely terribly bungled, right? So, but the problem is that he's sort of saying, hey, because this one was, all of them were, and you know, I remind you, Trump's a convicted felon, and many of those, like the fake electors scheme, were dropped not because of procedural, it was because of presidential immunity. That's why they were dropped. Not procedural bungles. No. It was dropped because of presidential immunity, and that's completely different whatsoever, right? I'm not sure why the court barred her entire office from prosecuting it. That's really weird, right? Like,
if I
you've done
recall
something
correctly, there was something to do with an affair with a special prosecutor or something. So
Yes.
it's messy as hell, but yeah, it's very unusual.
Mm.
But yeah, Legal did a breakdown on it. If you're really interested, they do a pretty good job with that sort of thing.
Yeah, I like Legal. I think he does a really good job.
This as a pretty fair adjudicator of these kinds of claims, in which case you got to grant that the case against Trump ended up, think of it, you didn't have one shot. You had like 7 shots at this guy.
Oh, okay. You're pointing out one instance where, you know, a prosecutor did something wrong and the case isn't dropped. And she didn't have 7 shots at the guy? I don't think that's true. I think he's just lying. And for other things like financial crimes, he was prosecuted. He was convicted. It was basically we were awaiting sentencing, and then they decided, well, he's president now. We can't do anything against him. That's not bungling. That's not no evidence. That is, he was convicted. Wow. My guy, what the hell?
You failed in all of them. Even in the one place where you, quote, got him on the ultimate bogus case, which was in New York, the judge himself was too timid to impose a verdict and basically says, Mr. Trump, you can go. I wish you well. Even the judge knew that he was part of a political game and he had to fess up.
Oh, that is not true in the slightest. That is completely false. That is 100% false. That is just factually. And you know, this is proving Destiny's point that, hey, you are spreading stuff that is not factually true. Like, this is the problem. You're the problem. Stop being part of the problem, Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah,
wow.
it, Dinesh.
Yeah.
Because if he was really enforcing the law, think of it, if you or I were found guilty of 34 felonies, the judge would have said, I'm imposing a sentence. My sentence might be overturned or maybe held to be invalid, but this man has broken the law 34 times. In fact, think of the stupidity. This was 34 different checks, so apparently it's 34 different felonies.
Yes, that's how fraud works, you moron. What the hell?
Somebody stop the stupidity.
What the hell? Oh, you know, he in one night he robbed 13 different stores, and according to the law, that's 13 different robberies. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's how the law works. What are you talking about?
One violation per instance. What do you mean?
Yes. Yes. Like, so that's why we have that. It's because when we have someone who is a serial offender, they get hurt more than someone who, I don't know, passes a bad check just once in their life because they're desperate, kind of thing. Yeah. So we make that distinction. But Trump's a serial offender, and he didn't pass a sentence basically because he said it'd be pointless. That he's a president. What the hell is he talking about? The judge didn't say, well, I know he didn't do it, so I'm not going to hand down a sentence. That is not a thing that happened. That is not a thing that happened. At all. Wow. And I might add, during that entire thing, he was held in contempt like 10 times for obscuring evidence. And quite frankly, he should have been prosecuted for contempt of court as well. Like, seriously. What the hell?
The lawfare of it couldn't be more obvious or blatant. Now,
Why did the jury convict him? Well, why did the jury convict him in New York?
What's that?
Why did the jury convict him if it was just lawfare?
Because a jury in New York, like a jury in PC, is going to be... Well, all right.
Aren't you saying then that half the country is living in delusion if you can't even trust a jury of every single person, that a single person could say, I don't agree with the verdict here?
Do you think the OJ jury got it right?
The OJ, that's a totally different case.
Well,
with
I mean, if
factual
you trust
accounting
the jury, then they got it.
Wow. That's different, because all you need to find a not guilty verdict is one person that disagrees, right? Like, you just, in order to get a verdict, you have to have unanimous guilt, right? So you're reversing the situation, like, because not one person on that jury found a not guilty for Trump. Not one. But you're saying, oh, because there wasn't that many people in the OJ one, then did they get the right verdict? Well, no, but it's a lot easier to find someone not guilty than it is to find them guilty. And it's like that by design.
It's not comparable for a completely different reason. In the OJ case, they actually were following the law. They found unanimously not guilty on all counts, but it was because it was demonstrated during the case that the police had planted evidence, tampered with evidence, and rigged things.
Right.
Like, and when it's a situation like that, they are bound by duty and law to acquit, not because the person is innocent, but because the prosecution's case is invalid. It's an illegal trial, you know?
Right. Yeah, and we err on the side, like, you know, beyond reasonable doubt means that we err on the side of finding not guilty, right? That is how it is set up. So if there is reasonable doubt, if there's any reasonable doubt, like, for instance, like you said, you know, you find all of this shenanigans going on, we tend towards not convicting people because it is
hasn't met its burden in that case, because you can't believe anything they presented. So
and it's a high burden. It's a high burden. It's a lot easier for someone to be found not guilty than to be found guilty, and that is because it is a greater injustice to lock up an innocent man than to let a guilty one free, right? That is why we do that. Because if you're innocent and you get locked up for it, that is a grave injustice. But if someone's guilty and they don't, yes, it's an injustice, but not as bad as locking up a completely innocent person for something they never did. And it's hard, yeah, but that's the way our law is structured. So what he's doing right now is, you know, it's a false analogy. That's the name of the fallacy. It's a false analogy because you're trying to compare a not guilty or an acquittal in the case of OJ with a guilty verdict in the case of Trump, which the guilty verdict is so much of a higher bar to get to than finding someone not guilty or, like you said, an acquittal. Absolutely.
Right.
I can say that juries might. I can say, wait. I can disagree with juries sometimes. You just said that there are two sections of the United States, in New York and D.C., and I'm willing to bet you'd say other states where there is no jury that could hear. Well, I'm curious. Actually, fine. There are things in the OJ case that I think it seems like he was clearly guilty of something. What law in New York State that he was convicted of breaking, that he received almost 34 felony counts for, do you think he didn't actually break? Did he not lie when he paid his lawyer Cohen a fee that was actually just a money transfer to Stormy Daniels, and then commit a bookkeeping fraud in the furtherance of that lie, which is why the misdemeanor was upgraded to a felony? Do you think that's not true?
One of the problems with living in this kind of
he is doing anything to get away from this question. And this goes back to what Destiny was saying about factual information. This is the charge. He was found guilty of this. This is what it was said for him to do. This act, which is factually against the law. Do we agree on the facts that he did this thing? And I like where he's going, because, you know, Dinesh is probably going to go, no, he didn't do that. Or he can't say that, right? Because he quite obviously did it. So what he's got to do is just not answer the question and run away. He is so squirrely. It's just answer the fucking question, my guy.
In society today. And one of the essential defining elements of lawfare is simply to ask this question. If anybody else did that, or if Trump himself did it, but was not running for president, would these charges have been brought? And
yes, people get charged with violations of finance fraud all the time.
And the charges had been pending for 4 years. That's why there was a conviction right before the election, because the case had been It wasn't like, oh, if he weren't running for office. The charges were filed like the day he left office the last time.
Yes.
And it didn't look like he was going to be president again. What do you mean?
Yeah. And if the feds knew about a crime in the same way that someone had made a payment to a ex-porn star or porn star, whatever the hell she was, right? Stormy Daniels, and falsified it on their books, and that influenced, yes, they would prosecute it. Now, there's an argument to be made, oh, the rich and powerful, they get away with it because they have, fantastic lawyers and they have fantastic, people that get them out of these situations, or they have bookkeepers that'll do a better job than Trump. That's not the argument here. If the federal police knew about this, yes, they would prosecute somebody for it. Yes. Like, I don't think that they would go, oh, well, it's just a person falsifying their financial records. It doesn't concern us at all. What's the district there? That part of New York? They're famous. What is it? The Eastern District or something? Is it the Eastern District or something like that? Southern District. Southern District, I think it is. Southern District of New York.
Oh, let's see. It's not coming to me, and I don't want to get it wrong. District, New York, Trump conviction. Manhattan, 34 counts of felony from 2016. I'm just getting Manhattan District, and that's not right. There's like a Southern District or Northern District or something thrown in there.
I think it's Southern District. I'm just going to say Southern District. I'm wrong if I'm wrong, but I think it's Southern District. Whatever that district is, it's famous for prosecuting powerful people who have committed financial crimes. That's
the FBI's main white-collar division is in that area for that reason.
Right. Yeah, and it's because it is in Manhattan. I think it's southern, because northern would be up towards the north of the state, right? And Manhattan's down towards the south, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, whatever it is, right? Like, they are famous for taking financial institutions to task. And that is a good thing. So yes, they would, Dinesh D'Souza. Yes, they would.
Again, we're all watching this. We're not on the jury. We're watching this as spectators from the outside. We've got to use a certain rule of common sense. You have this guy Trump.
Wasn't it a broadcast trial?
I don't know.
Didn't he apply to have it as a closed trial and they rejected him?
They applied for bloody near everything they could find. Was Trump? I don't think it was broadcast. Was Trump's trial broadcast? This one, the hush money trial, was not televised.
Okay. There definitely one that was, because I remember him sitting in court kind of thing. But anyway, was not televised. All right. Fair enough. And here's the thing, like the Trump DOJ went after Letitia James. They tried to indict her on mortgage fraud, I believe it was. Like it was such a bad case that it was dismissed. It's and
try anything.
Well, it's really weird because 2 grand juries refused to indict her. And there's, as I learnt from Legal Eagle, there's a saying among lawyers that you can indict a ham sandwich, that indictments are not hard to get. They are just the first step in prosecuting somebody. And they couldn't get it on 2 occasions. On the third, and then it was dismissed. It was just in my opinion, it was a vindictive law, using the DOJ to take revenge against Letitia James for prosecuting him.
He's in the thick of New York real estate. He's in the thick of all these claims of bombastic claims. My Mar-a-Lago's worth X. This is worth Y. My assets are worth this. Everybody does this. Now,
muddy the waters, sir. If everybody does this, then everybody needs to be prosecuted as well.
It's not illegal because everyone's doing it. Also,
right.
Thing, he keeps invoking lawfare. It popped up because when I was looking up which district, a publication named Lawfare, which is actually something of a periodical that covers, high stakes political law proceedings and shit. I was like, wait a second. he keeps saying lawfare. Lawfare is when you use the law as a weapon, right? Like it's
Right.
you're
Political
doing
weapon.
warfare
Yeah.
but through the courtroom. You're doing it to harass, intimidate, or hinder an opponent. That's literally what they did to Letitia James.
Yes. And it's Trump's methodology since he started on this. You know, I mean, even when he was just a entrepreneur, it was his strategy to use the law to inconvenience, harass, and you know, make people suffer. In my opinion, because he would sue you know, contractors or whatever, and they would settle for less money. So this is something that I've heard, and it's my opinion that he basically would have contractors do work because he was in building, he was in construction, and then not pay them and then use the courts to settle out of pocket, and that's why people won't work for him. Because he has got this reputation. It's why all of his lawyers are bad. He's a bad client. He you know, doesn't pay his bills, in my opinion. He doesn't you know, follow up on things. He's a terrible client. There's a lot of law firms that won't work for him. The only reason he has bad representation is him. That's the reason. You know, you cannot blame lawyers for not wanting to work for the guy.
Or anyone, for that matter.
Yeah, considering the amount of lawyers that have worked for him and then be debarred, you know, like, that's not worth it.
If all of this was so fraudulent, how does the man go 75 years of his life without a single charge? Then
he's been in court more days than he's been on the fucking golf course.
Holy crap. Holy crap. He got away with it for a long time, so he couldn't have done it.
Right. Wow.
You know what? And like, he kind of was not, like, as far as you know, billionaires and stuff, he was not a big figure. Really. He wasn't. He got his real notoriety in the Apprentice kind of thing. He really wasn't that, you know, he's no Bill Gates or something at the time. You know, like, he wasn't that wealthy. He was well known in New York. He definitely was wealthy. He wasn't like, he did not have the level of attention that he did now. And yeah, maybe that is a problem. But what we've got to remember is that if Michael Cohen didn't release all of this stuff, we probably wouldn't have known about it. But Michael Cohen flipped on him. Michael Cohen basically gave us the evidence that we needed. He was his fixer. Michael Cohen is the one that gave a sufficient remuneration to Stormy Daniels for her story, basically. Now, you can color that however you want, but he is the one that directed the feds to all of this. So you're basically saying, well, you know, and the reason why he did that is because some impropriety came up. I don't remember what it was. This Stormy Daniels thing came up, and Trump blamed him, threw him under the bus. In typical gang boss fashion, I had nothing to do with it. That was all my lawyer doing it. It was his fault. If something went wrong, if he did something wrong, it's his fault.
Because once again, folks, these people are profoundly incompetent.
Yep. Wow, I cannot believe he just made the argument, well, he didn't get caught for such a long time, so he couldn't have committed that crime. Wow. Dinesh, seriously, man, you need to get better arguments. Wow.
Interestingly, he enters politics as a Republican. 93 charges are dropped on his head. Now, if you genuinely think, and look, we could very well in this.
Yeah,
Stop going into the law, asshole.
Going into politics will open you up to greater scrutiny than you otherwise would have been. And the reason why that is because the media will start to pay attention and they will dig things up because that's their job. That's what their job is, because we do not want somebody who is a criminal, even if they've never been caught, to have political influence, because bad things happen when criminals have political influence, because they will, okay, it might be argued that a lot of people in politics have criminal background. Sure. Gotcha. Matt Gaetz, I'm looking in your direction. But anyway, it's ridiculous that you're like, well, he got greater scrutiny when he became a political figure. Yeah, that's what happens, my guy. It doesn't matter whether you're a mayor, whether you're a senator, whether you try for the local sheriff's position. Yes, going into politics opens you up to greater scrutiny. So if there is things in your past, it may come to light. Everybody knows that, except you, apparently. Holy crap.
This audience be exploring the delusions we're talking about. If you genuinely are a smart guy and you think, I think that's right. The guy was squeaky clean for 75 years.
No, no one's saying that. He had a reputation of being a mob boss, right? That was a rumor circulating around. Epstein's own diaries say he is the worst person, like he is the most criminal person that he's ever met. And that's coming from the ringleader of a sex trafficking. What? He did not have a squeaky clean reputation.
Yeah, like a TP Seeker mentions the Trump Taj Mahal. I went to the Trump Taj Mahal when I used to go to Atlantic City every summer. It was like, it was a thing. But yeah, riddled with fucking pseudo mafia. Like they wanted to be the mafia, but didn't quite have the brains to figure out how it works. It was freaking ridiculous. Like they were just literally laundering money in plain sight, right on the table, because it was their casino, and who's going to stop them? New York City, Trump Tower, right? This was an infamous story in my childhood. Right. He wanted to buy this building where he knocked down the building to build Trump Tower. He wanted to buy that site for years and years and years, and the people would not sell it to him. So he engineered for them to have some financial troubles and be motivated to sell it to him. It was extremely fucking illegal, but it was the 80s, and you could just buy your way around that sort of thing at the time.
And this is I want to point out, this is a rumor that was floating around. It's not, Ember isn't like claiming it as a factual thing. It's definitely a rumor that was floating around.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but it's probably a legitimate total coincidence that the reason the company that owned the site and would not sell it to Trump suddenly had difficulty with other companies that happened to be linked to Trump. It's probably a complete coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it was probably it was a squeeze on them financially, which sort of echoes what he is doing now. Just instead of businesses and people, it is countries, essentially. That's basically the same MO. It just doesn't work as well.
Talk about it. If you go into New York City today and you have a tour guide who's been there for a long enough time, this was like back in 1980, so it was quite a while ago, but people still bring it up that it's kind of outrageous that Trump Tower sold for the site for Trump Tower sold for $13 million. It's a $300 million piece of real estate. How does that happen?
Yeah.
Legally,
Right. Yeah, there's something wrong there. Look, and he was also charged with using the benefits of a charity for self-indulgence or for yourself. He had the charity.
Yeah, he was convicted on that one. The entire Trump organization isn't allowed to do anything with charities in New York State because they stole money from a children's cancer charity. Like I don't think it was the organization that was found guilty for that one, but yeah.
Yeah, he was ordered to pay money for misusing the funds from his charity to finance his 2016 election. Like, this is the thing. Like, he is a serial criminal, in my opinion. He keeps doing it. So this whole thing of, oh, squeaky clean, and here's another thing. He's squeaky clean, says the man who was convicted of finance fraud.
I know.
Electoral financing fraud. I'm sorry. Like, this man was convicted of election finance fraud, and he went to prison for it. And after he got out in a bit of time, Trump just pardoned him. So I'm sure there's no personal motivation for him arguing for Trump, considering that he's like wiped his record with a pardon. No.
Not at all. But I mean, like, yeah, consider the source. This is like Kent Hovind saying that Ken Ham is an upstanding gentleman, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I suspect Ken Ham of doing anything like this kind of illegal. His organization has done some shady shit with the Kentucky tax rolls and whatnot, but that's a whole different matter. But having Kent Hovind as your apologist is like, wait a second, I trust that guy less now.
Mm-hmm.
Then he became a habitual criminal and committed 93 offenses, warranting...
No. Like, his nickname is Teflon Don. He was committing... Nobody could get anything to stick to him. And this stuck. Because he got worse as he... Like, this guy, I swear to... Like, what in the flying spaghetti monster are you doing? Seriously. Like, you're basically saying, hey, because he managed to get away with it. And it wasn't like he wasn't charged with things and prosecuted or attempted to be prosecuted. He really did weasel his way out of everything. Wow.
The guy being jailed for life, a guy who just happens to have been the president of the United States and on the verge of being reelected a second time. But
No. He was convicted for that thing in 2019 or whatever. Like, 2016, yeah, and he was convicted in 2019. It wasn't the thing, and if you add in all of the civil cases as well, holy crap! Like, Donald Trump must be like, he must spend more time in court than a judge. Like, seriously, it is just insane.
But you don't have to worry about that if you can put him away. And this doesn't raise any issues of political targeting, Stalinism, find me the man and I'll find you the crime. If you genuinely don't think any of that is an issue, then we are at a little bit of an intellectual breakdown here.
So this isn't an...
Well, that wasn't the question that he asked. The question that he asked was, do you think that Trump, using his lawyer, Cohen, sent money to Stormy Daniels and cooked his books to show something different? Because that was the charge that stuck. So did he do that or not? And he didn't answer. He just went, oh, how could he be squeaky clean? He wasn't for all these years. And then suddenly he's wow.
This is Al Capone, right? They finally got him on tax fraud. Like, Dinesh is up here saying, well, it's unreasonable to think he went all these years and now it's tax fraud is his credit. No, he committed the St. Valentine's Day massacre. He ran speakeasies. He was a horrible gangster. He did a lot of bad shit, but this was the charge they could get him on.
Right. And this is the thing of Al Capone. Al Capone was squeaky clean up until the point where they got him on income tax violations. That's much the same thing, isn't it? That, hey, he looked squeaky clean until they got him on...
that was the whole... Was it Elliot Ness who, like...
Elliot Ness, yeah, the Untouchables.
His life's work to take Capone down in order to fucking get him?
Yeah, which is wild. I mean, it's wild that, just on Al Capone's part, that he was the gang boss for Chicago, and committed incalculable numbers of crimes, like just in a bevy of crimes everywhere, and the only thing they could get him on was tax violation.
And actually, interestingly, one of the reasons Capone was so successful is because he couldn't get his guys to turn state's evidence the same way Cohen turned state's evidence against Trump.
Right.
Because not only did Capone threaten his henchman's family, you stay quiet and I'll take care of your family. If you don't stay quiet, it'll be a real shame what happens to your family.
Yeah,
but he would also
happen.
take care of the person. You do 10 years for me to keep me safe. Do your 10 years, and I will make sure you're taken care of when you get out. And he lived up to that. He took care of his henchmen when they got out. So his other henchmen trusted him when he said that, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Whereas Trump, I mean, I
everyone under the bus.
Yeah, that the amount of people with bus tire tracks over them is just like, it's a long line. It's such a long line of people. It's incredible.
Intellectual breakdown. This is a bad conversation about politics with your family at Thanksgiving. There has to be a better factual analysis than, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that, so the 34 felonies that he was charged with and convicted of in New York State, he did those. For the Mar-a-Lago documents case, this is the thing, he couldn't have possibly been charged with a crime like this before having a security clearance or being in a job with security clearance, because he wouldn't have had access to these documents. So for the Mar-a-Lago case, he took classified material from the White House, stored it in an area where classified material is now to be kept. He showed other people some of that classified material, and then he resisted efforts from NARA and the FBI to retrieve said material, and he was directing his employees to hide it and lie to the FBI when they were requesting information about this material. This
the first part of that is true, and all the rest of it is not true.
Which part of it was not true?
The first part of it, that he took the documents, is true. The second question is, how does...
I just find him so unconvincing, this like audible, well, yeah, it's just like, dude, you are lying through your fucking teeth right now.
And also, that's not even close to the point. Like, Destiny only mentioned the details of the
indictment,
classified documents, because Dinesh was saying, well, it was only after he was president. He had to be president to get the documents. That's the only part that's relevant in what happened in which order and all that. Red herring for days.
And I might add, they avoided prosecuting him for it, for like the amount that they went through trying to just get him to give those documents back, like with no charges and stuff. And this is what is absolutely baffling about these people that, in my opinion, are complete narcissists, right? Like Trump and Kent Hovind, is that they will do these things, right? Like the IRS and Kent Hovind, right? They prosecuted him for structuring, basically making payments or taking out money in $10,000 chunks instead of getting hit with tax. It was under the tax limit kind of thing. And it was clearly structured to avoid paying tax on it, right? Like, because if they took money from their organization in one lump, they would have had to pay tax on it, like a higher rate of tax. So they structured it so they didn't have to. Now, the problem with that is that it doesn't carry a huge, like, penalty. Like, he did 10 years for that, and it didn't have to be, right? If he just said, okay, got me, I will pay the tax on the higher amount and a penalty, and that's it, right? Like, that's it. But instead what he did was he sued the prosecutor. He hid his assets. He did, false statements. He like basically evaded. He tried to cover things up. He did everything possible to make life harder for himself, right? Like believing in this narcissistic way that, oh, I shouldn't be prosecuted with this, so I'm going to do anything. So he got 10 years and his wife got 5. And the only reason that happened was because he was being an ass to the people prosecuting it and made it so much more difficult. So the judge is going to take that into an account. Did you admit to your crimes and show remorse? Or did you try to cover them up and not admit that you did anything wrong? That's a factor in sentencing, right? Like, so if somebody, assaults somebody else, right? And they're like, look, this was my fault. I screwed up. I got into a fight. I take accountability. That's going to be a different sentence that someone goes, oh, no, they deserved it. It was all their fault. It wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. That's going to be a factor. And the same is true for this. Trump refused to send those documents back. They went to his premises. He lied, like the staff lied on his instructions about where it was. if I was an employee at Mar-a-Lago, I wouldn't be lying for my boss. No way I would be lying for my boss to the FBI. Please. No boss is worth a prison sentence for lying to justice. You know, that's not worth it. There is no way. I don't think I could be paid enough to do that. But yeah, I mean, this is what he tried to do. And he hid it, and they had to keep coming at him. And he still tried to, like, he gave back some of them, but not all of them, and tried to hide the rest. Who does that? Who does that? When you've already been sprung for it. Who does that? A narcissist does that. Somebody who thinks that they deserve that thing. Wow. Oh, yeah, and Trump University. Oh, look, TP Seeker, if you're going to put all of the you know, things that he has done wrong in chat, it's going to be a long chat. I got to say. It's going to be insane. Yeah. But I agree with Destiny. They can't even agree that this happened or not. You know, even though Dinesh, he won't say no. He won't say no. Because he knows damn well what the facts of the case are. These are the facts of the case. Now, you may argue that Trump had a right to those documents. You may argue that, you know, being the president enabled him to unclassify. I think that was one of his excuses. He could unclassify it mentally at will or whatever. You know, like he could just at will declassify all of this stuff as president. So he did so before he left. Mentally, you know. You may argue for that. But the facts of the case are inarguable, and that's why Dinesh D'Souza isn't answering, and instead muddying the water? Does anyone have that much mud? Holy crap. Holy crap.
Much mud.
So much mud.
As a president who takes his own documents, which he has the plenary power to declassify.
No, he does not have plenary power, which means, you know, you can't just at will declassify things. Okay, you can't do that. Not the case.
How does he prima facie violate the law, especially when you consider that pretty much every other president, going back to Nixon, had documents. Mike had documents.
Every other... Look, here's the difference. Certain presidents have kept documents over from the White House. Like when you're the president, or if you're working anything, you take work home. I do know that when I leave a job, I try to give everything back. You know, and occasionally you will have paperwork that, you know, it comes from your job. You're like, okay, well, I'll just, you know, destroy it, rip it up, shred it, whatever. Done. Okay. This isn't that. And this is like the company coming to me and saying, hey, you've got these documents, hand them over. And me saying, no, I'm entitled to these. No. Like, this is ridiculous. Because when I think Obama left office and they went to get documents from him, he went, oh, yes, here they are. Hand them over. That's the difference. Holy crap.
Biden had documents in his garage, including a bunch sitting in his car. These documents were fully exposed. There were documents at the Penn Biden Center, accessible to everyone. And yet the guy who looks into it goes, I don't think we should charge this guy because he's kind of...
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think they were in a cabinet or something with a lock on it kind of thing. Like, I don't think that's actually true. Should he have done it? No. But the difference is he didn't try to hide it. He just went, oh, yes, that was an honest mistake. My apologies. Here you are. That's the difference.
Kind of forgetful, and he won't really withstand trial because he tends not to remember things. I mean, since when does somebody get a pass from a serious offense because they don't have a very good memory of the stuff that they manifestly did?
Do you know how many times in Trump's deposition he said that he didn't remember? Like a ridiculous amount of times. Ridiculous.
In fairness, I tend to believe him. He does. His mind is decaying rapidly.
Well, it was interesting because, you know, Trump seems to claim he has the best memory of, you know, I've got a better memory than anybody else ever. And I think I saw this in I think it was a Jon Stewart thing. That's you know, that may be true that he claims that. right up until the point where he's deposed. And then it's, I don't remember this, I'm unclear, I don't remember that, and pleading the fifth is his other strategy, of course.
Naturally.
Which, which Trump sort of says, hey, you've got something to hide and you're guilty if you plead the fifth. But he pleads it's wild, the double standard that man has, in my opinion.
So when you suddenly develop this kind of selective aggression, Trump has done all these things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you conveniently forget that presidents have routinely taken their own stuff. Then again, I have to say that this looks to me quite clearly a case of isolating Trump. I mean, the way we know...
Well, here, real quick, just on this, because you laid out some facts.
Then here comes the conspiracy theory. Like, I noticed that he's not even discussing it with he's more just yelling at the audience now. Like, this dog whistling has got to stop. This is terrible. Like, I appreciate what Destiny's doing. He's basically maintaining, hey, there's got to be a level of factuality where we can agree on reality. And Dinesh D'Souza is going, oh, but it's lawfare. But they were targeting him. No, but he was squeaky clean. Wow. I didn't think my opinion of Dinesh D'Souza could actually get lower. Every time I watch him, it gets lower. It's incredible. Like, I thought there was a low point. This is absolutely terrible on his part.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely terrible.
Facts and the facts.
You say he obstructed.
Yeah, and you notice how loud he is? Like, he's just yelling now.
Yeah, that's another kindergarten tactic. Is like, if you get caught in a lie, just get louder.
Right, you just yell it, and then it'll become true. It doesn't become true if you just yell it. Like, he's just yelling.
Obstructed.
Well, wait, real quick. So you say these words, prima facie. Prima facie means has the person who is under the jurisdiction of some place, has he met the prerequisite elements to have committed the crime? So the crime of retention of classified materials requires intent. So one funny thing that conservatives like to do is they like to say that, well, Herr said that Biden was forgetful and he wouldn't be able to stand trial because of his forgetfulness. That's not true. What Herr was speaking to when he was speaking of Biden's state of mind was that he probably forgot that he had these documents here or that he was storing these things. The crime that speaks, the federal statutes that talk about the retention of classified material that makes it a crime is knowing that you actually have them. That's why when Biden contacted the FBI and said, hey, we have classified documents here, we think you guys should come and grab them, they weren't convicted or charged with any crimes because it seems like they weren't trying to intentionally store classified material. As opposed to Donald Trump, who is showing documents to people, and you say, well, they were his, right? Why did he say twice, I could have unclassified these, or I could have declassified these, but I didn't? And also, as a second quick thing, the president does not have plenary authority for declassification of everything, especially when it comes to the Department of Energy, which has nuclear secrets, especially when you're talking about TSSCI, SAP, separate access programs, or special access.
So plenary means unrestricted, right? So plenary power means that you have unrestricted power. And, I think it was Steve Miller that screwed up on TV saying that Trump had plenary power. No, that is not true, right? He does not have unrestricted power. There are restrictions on the president's power. And Destiny's correct. It is not unrestricted unclassifying of everything by the president. That is not true. There are other things that you need to go through in order to unclassify stuff. So no, he's not correct on. Dinesh D'Souza wrong on something. Who could have guessed it? Who could have guessed it? No, and plus that intent thing's really important. Yeah, like whether or not you show intent is a huge factor in prosecuting somebody. Huge, because if you if you're driving and you accidentally collide with another car, for instance. Yeah, it's an accident, right? Like, or they call it an incident, but it was accidental. Your insurance and stuff. You may have been in the wrong, sure, and you are liable for insurance and that. Your normal accident stuff. If you like road rage and intend to ram somebody and ram into them, yeah, you're going to be charged with a crime. That's criminal. That's trying to hurt somebody. It's the intent to hurt, right? And if investigators look at the crash and they've got webcam footage or something, or there's evidence that you intended to crash into them, then you're going to jail. That is a crime. You don't just go, well, this other person crashed into somebody and nothing happened to them. That was a fucking accident. It's the intent that is important. Ninjester for $2 US. Memory like a vault you don't have the combo for. What, D'Souza? Yeah. Or are you talking about Biden's memory? Memory like a vault that you don't have the combo for. I don't know. I think, D'Souza, I find him so Weasley. You should stick to religious debates where Weasley is, permitted, nay, encouraged in those religious debates.
Indeed.
Wow. TP Seeker just backing me up on something, saying that he didn't remember 35 times in his Trump University deposition. Yeah, and 27 times to Special Counsel Robert Mueller. Yep. His memory is the best ever until it becomes convenient not to remember. But it's the best memory that anyone's ever had. He knows it over there. My Trump impersonation needs work. I know. Thank you.
Access programs
it's the best
that are part of our
It's the best impersonation, the most beautiful impersonation. No one's ever seen impersonation like Marguerite.
nuclear secrets that Donald Trump was keeping at Mar-a-Lago. So even that he couldn't have declassified on his own.
Here's the problem. I mean, had this...
Did you hear that?
What was that?
The voice crack?
That Donald Trump was keeping at Mar-a-Lago. So even that he couldn't have declassified on his own.
Here's the problem. I mean, had this case...
had this case. Wow. He is being absolutely rickrolled right now. Or should I say destiny rolled? I don't know Destiny's real name. I don't really care. But, he is being absolutely rolled right now. That voice crack, man, that's hilarious.
Proceeded all the way.
You're talking about Trump's memory. Yeah, fair enough. He was talking about Trump's memory. Yeah, a vault that you don't have. Yeah, look, I think that Trump's brain is a very scary haunted house of very, very scary adornments. I do not like to, I do not like to speculate into Trump's mind because holy crap, that is scary.
Yeah, I don't want to think about what he may be remembering or thinking of, or I mean, even the thought of thinking of what he's thinking of kind of makes me want to go take a shower and then vomit.
Yeah. And
plus then take another shower.
It's not like a vault because he lets out, things that he shouldn't all the fucking time. Like, maybe we need to do a land war in Mexico. Maybe we could invade Greenland. Like he just blurts shit out that he really shouldn't. So, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's like a dam with a lot of leaks. It's terrible.
And these elements of the crime that you're describing been proven. We could then debate.
They kind of were. I mean, they weren't proven in a court of law, but they had very, very compelling evidence. Now he agreed with that of what he did and then said, well, he had the power to declassify them. Now that he's refuted that, he's going back to, well, he didn't do all of these things. What the hell?
So fun how the story keeps changing. It's the hallmark of honesty,
Convenient story changing. Yeah, no, I've always noticed that when the story completely changes in order to save the person.
What was going on? I'll give you the Trump side of it. I took these documents. I was contacted by the National Archives, NARA, I guess it's called, about the fact you need to give some of these documents back. What does...
No, not some of the documents. All of the not some. No, all of the documents. Like, what do you mean some of the documents? No, he only gave some back. They were asking for all of them back.
Does some mean here? Trump is like, some of them may be mine, some of them I may have to return. And so a process now begins of bargaining back and forth. At one point, the FBI comes to Mar-a-Lago.
No.
Mar-a-Lago.
There's no marketing with fucking classified documents. It's turn them over right now.
Yes.
There's no negotiation.
You're not the president anymore. You don't have the clearance to have access to them, much less, have control over them. Because as the president, you may be able to take documents to work on, but they're not your documents. They are the documents of the United States. The country owns them, not you. This is the problem with Trump's perspective on, what the president is. He thinks that the president owns these things. He doesn't. They're owned by the government on behalf of the people, not by the president. This is insane. This is insane. Like, how we can possibly say this is insane. He doesn't own them. No.
Mar-a-Lago is a protected facility, comes to Mar-a-Lago and puts a padlock on the storage facility where the documents are held. So what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a president who finishes his term. People come into the White House, clear all the stuff out. Where are they going to move it? They move it, not surprisingly, to the residence, Mar-a-Lago. And then begins the...
On his direction. On his direction, they moved it to Mar-a-Lago. They don't come in and get all these top secret documents and go, oh, well, we better send it to Trump's country club.
Let's put these on the golf course. Where we keep the fucking the Trump idols.
Yeah, where should we put the
golden cabs now?
Where should we put these nuclear codes? Oh, I know, the golf course. That's exactly where they belong. No, he directed to do that. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is so bad. And I love how Destiny's just letting him dig himself deeper. It's actually hilarious.
This process of negotiating over these documents.
There's no negotiation. You're not the president anymore. You can't negotiate anything. Like, you don't get to keep documents from your old job. Like, if I worked in HR in a company and I left and I had personnel records, they found out and went, we need these personnel records back. You wouldn't go, well, now we start a negotiation to what I keep and what you... No, you give back your work materials that the company owns, that belongs to the company. What the hell? What are we talking about here? You don't go, leave Coca-Cola with their secret recipe and go, well, they asked for it back. Now we have a negotiation to what I can... No! They own that. Ugh. It's amazing it's amazing that these Republicans, who are such into property and ownership of things and rightful ownership of them, will just contort that the president owns all of that stuff. I guarantee you, if Biden took sensitive top secret information and then said, well, I own it, they would crucify him.
And it's sort of the whole thing with the double standard, the disagreement on facts. Like, when it's Biden, oh, now it's illegal. But when it's Trump, it's, he put a padlock on the golf club. What do you want,
Oh, yeah, because, everybody knows that, foreign intelligence agents will be stopped by a padlock. Yeah, that's, pretty sure it was a Yale. Those are unpickable. Sure. Sarcasm.
If you're saying based upon the fact that you think...
Not to mention he was showing them to people. What does a padlock help if the idiot that took them is literally showing people these things?
That laws were broken, I would say, what? Because Destiny thinks that the president broke the law, we should lock him up? No. If you can show me a...
No, he's just trying to get you to agree to the facts. That's all. Like, you can claim that it shouldn't be illegal, right? It shouldn't be illegal to take documents as an ex-president and, have them stored in your basement or whatever. You can argue that. But it is against the law. When it was done, it was against the law. Mm-hmm. It's like getting caught for speeding and you're like, well, Dinesh thinks that speeding should be illegal and you can't go over the speed limit, but who's Dinesh to say? You're just going to believe him?
If only there were, a law about it or something.
Yeah.
A legal process where these elements of the crime were proven, we could look at it.
Well,
But
there is.
it-
That's what an indictment is it's showing these are the laws that we're saying that he broke. This is the
Well,
evidence
I
that we're
read the
presenting to the grand
indictment.
jury. Okay, well, then you know that the grand jury returned an okay to charge Donald Trump with these crimes.
Okay.
Also, you said that Mar-a-Lago was secured, not secured for the storage of classified information. And if Donald Trump truly had nothing to hide and he was cooperating, returning things as he should, why was he having his employee hide boxes from his own lawyers so that they would not be fully truthful, not of their own fault, but because they had no idea when they were communicating with the FBI about documents that Trump was retaining and that he was having brought to his room, going over, taking some back, keeping others, and then telling Nauta, his employee, to lie to the lawyers about what they were hiding.
Yeah, because the lawyers said, hey, we've returned everything. And that was not true. Not by their own willingness to lie, but because they were being lied to by Trump, that he said he'd returned everything. That was what the indictment was for.
Whenever you have an indictment, the prosecution, in this case, it was the Biden administration.
It was Jack Smith. It was a special prosecutor.
Okay, Jack Smith was a special prosecutor
Yeah.
appointed by the Biden regime.
There's another voice crack. Oh, it wasn't. It was wow, he is being absolutely rolled right now. This is hilarious. I do love the job that Destiny's doing because he's trying to muddy the water and make it vague, right? Like, oh, but there wasn't all of these things happening. He shouldn't have been prosecuted. It's just this lawfare idea. And no, none of his analogies are working. None of his muddying the waters is working. He did keep those documents, which is against the law, right? And you may say, hey, it shouldn't be against the law to do so, but it was. That's the point. He's trying to retcon it into, oh, but it wasn't a big deal. It shouldn't have been against the law. Okay, maybe that's your opinion, sure. But this is what we're saying. If we can't even agree on the facts, because you're saying, hey, that's not what happened. He did all of these things when he didn't. You are spreading misinformation.
Yeah, this is the Trump thing, right? Like we've seen the memes floating around for years now. He didn't do the thing. Okay, he did do the thing, but it wasn't illegal. Okay, it was illegal, but it wasn't his fault, and so on and so on. Like, it just keeps shifting back. Oh, it was illegal. It was his fault, but Biden did it too. You know, it never fucking stops because there's no honesty. And that's the issue. That's the main issue. What Destiny was pointing at when he said it's like we can't even agree on what the fucking facts are. Right. Because there's one side that values what is true, and the other side sees truth as optional if it's convenient. You know?
And who are prepared to believe the most conspiratorial thinking with no evidence whatsoever. So they're trying to equate the two sides. Like, oh, we believe in this lawfare conspiracy against Trump, and you believe that he actually did commit these crimes. We're both equal. No, there's no equal. There is a ton of evidence that he committed these crimes and nothing to suggest a conspiracy on anybody's part. Like, that's the difference. And it is so hard, it is terrible to see them sort of say, hey, I've got no evidence for my conspiracy whatsoever. You've got a ton of evidence, but they're equal because we both have different opinions. A society can't function like that. It just can't.
It wasn't appointed by Biden. It was appointed by Merrick Garland.
It was appointed by Merrick Garland. It's not part of the Biden regime.
Trump wants to directly control his attorney general, but most presidents don't do that because it's seen as corrupt.
Merrick Garland was an objective, fair-minded. He was not making any kind of political...
Why wasn't the special prosecutor appointed on day one?
You're actually trying to get me...
Okay, so Merrick Garland is the most cautious person in the existence of the planet. Overly cautious. Too cautious. Any appearance of impropriety that man runs from to the detriment. He could have stopped Trump by prosecuting him. He could have stopped, and he didn't, because it might have been seen as political bias. The man failed us all because he was so overly cautious. So sort of saying, hey, he didn't have any bias. You know, a guy who would be... He did too much to avoid bias. Like, he should have prosecuted anybody else and didn't because he wanted to avoid the appearance of bias. And he shouldn't have done that because that's a miscarriage of justice as well. He should have followed through, in my opinion. Merrick Garland is Trump's best friend, quite frankly. Like, he did him a massive favor. by not prosecuting him when he could have. And, you know, I don't think it was malicious on Merrick Garland's part. I think he is just the most cautious person on the face of the frigging planet. And quite frankly, he is an idiot for doing so, because anybody else would be prosecuted.
To enter into your dream world here. And I'm
only talking facts.
There are no facts.
There were facts.
No, because an indictment is allegations. Unless the indictment is presented in court.
Well, let's talk about that. Do you think he did this, this, and this? That's the thing. He said he's gone from, oh, well, yeah, the indictment is true, but he had the right to do it. The indictment is true, but it's something other people have done. The indictment is, and now he's going to, well, the indictment's not true. After admitting it was true 3 times. Dinesh, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Badly.
But the other side gets...
And that's what I mean. And the reason why he's pinning Dinesh right now is because he allowed him to make these arguments, right? He allowed him to say, yes, the indictment is, you know, all of these things happened, but he put a padlock on the door kind of thing, right? He allowed him to go on and say that. He was digging, like, Destiny just gave him enough rope, right? Like, keep making these statements. Because now you're saying, oh, well, the indictment isn't true. So we didn't put a padlock on the door. What are you saying? Right? He's already admitted that's all true. So he's just looking like a complete liar right now, which is convenient because in my opinion, he is a complete liar.
To fight back. It's like if I were to take any indictment and read it, and then I think, oh, the guy obviously did it because he did this, he bought a gun, and this and that. I haven't read the counterpoints. I haven't seen the cross-examination. It hasn't gone to court. But if you accept all the claims in the indictment as, quote, factually true and consider that there's no other side of the matter, then it's easy to go, I got the facts.
So then wouldn't it be easy for you to just say, you know, if everything in the indictment is true, Donald Trump would be guilty of those crimes rather than try to make excuses for what was in the indictment? Because there's another weird game that I notice the conservatives play where conservatives will do this thing where they'll defend a thing, and then after they've defended the thing, they'll say that the thing that they were defending is indefensible, but if it did happen, they give justifications for it anyway. Why not just say, well, I don't believe what's in the indictment, even though you say that they're just allegations. They're not. You have to show evidence to a grand jury to secure the indictment, so there is at least some evidence that's presented.
And look, the indictment contains elements of factuality and elements of subjectivity. So the factuality would be something like this. Did you take a document? Did you put it in the garage? Was it found in your Corvette? The elements of subjectivity are things like this. Were you authorized to take it? Even if you were not authorized to take it, did you follow the procedures to return it? If you didn't follow those procedures, how culpable are you, let's say, for not doing that? Because there are all kinds of people who break all kinds of laws, and they're given a pass because, as you mentioned with Biden, you said that his forgetfulness had to do with the documents. Wrong.
No, he did not say that. He said the intent. They did not find intent for him to cover it up. Right? They did not find intent. That was the thing. Like, it's not about, oh, well, he was forgetful, so, you know, he should have been he gets off being prosecuted because he was forgetful. Now, you can be as forgetful as you like. You know, you can go, well, I don't remember taking these documents. If they find intent that you took them and a willingness to hide them, then yeah, they're gonna prosecute you. You know, that will happen. You know, he's just conflating and absolutely manipulating. It's absolutely shocking. This is shocking. I didn't think Dinesh get any worse. He's gotten worse. This is worse.
It's always worse because he's the worst. I mean, well, he's not the worst, but he's the worst.
I am finding that he is way better at theological debate than political, and that's scary. That is scary.
It's terrible. It's like the
Yeah.
I can't think of that it doesn't matter what the fuck. There's a contractor who like keeps building bridges and they keep falling down, and yet states keep hiring him to build more bridges. It's like finding out that he decides he's not going to build bridges. He's going to go be a pasta chef. And he's so bad at cooking pasta that they're like, you know what? Maybe you should go back to building bridges.
Yeah. Well, I mean, religious debate, you can get away with this stuff. Well, maybe God was, you know, doing this. You can't do that in this kind of situation. There are facts on the ground. And I think this is what Destiny is driving at, that we have a set of established facts of what has gone on in this case. And it's not like you will refute them or argue against them or say they didn't happen. You will just ignore them and then just say whatever. Just say those facts don't exist. But you won't actually refute them or in any way try to challenge it. You'll just say lawfare, 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 malicious prosecution. Trump did nothing wrong. That's it. That's not a refutation of the facts that Destiny's laying down. And you would hope we can at least agree on that. That, hey, people did come forward and say that Trump asked them to move these things around. His own employees. Yes, they did. His lawyers told the Department of the NARA, the archive department, that they had returned all the documents. In actual fact, there were more still at Trump's place that were moved. So the lawyers thought they had gotten all of them, but didn't. That is a fact, that the lawyers said that. And then later they said, we didn't know he had more. Like, that's a fact. Whether or not you think, oh, well, they pressured this person. They said that. It's wild.
It was very clear from the special counsel's report that his forgetfulness had to do with trial. We cannot take this guy to trial. He deserves to go to trial. He did break the law, but we don't think that he can withstand trial because basically his brain is fried. And so
her never said anything like that.
That he said nothing of the sort. That is the worst mischaracterization. He didn't have intent. And as I explained with my accident example, if you accidentally spill a drink on somebody's shirt, it's an accident, right? Like, you didn't mean to. If you throw a drink in someone's face, you might get prosecuted for that. It is assault. So those two things are not the same, and you can't just say, oh, well, because their memory was bad and they couldn't, or their dexterity was bad, they get to commit all the crimes and not be punished. No, that's not what anybody is saying. That's not what anybody is saying. It is a terrible tactic, though. I would hope that most reasonable people would see that, Destiny did not say anything of the sort.
Yeah.
Is that a fact or not?
No.
That's not a fact.
No, the forgetfulness had to do with the crime. The elements of the crime is the willful retention of classified material. If you walk out of a skiff and you have something on you by accident, you might get fired. Depending on your job, you'll definitely get fired. But to charge you with a crime, you need intent. Now, for every single element that you described there, well, you'd have to take them, and you'd have to know that you didn't follow the right procedure. An example for showing that subjective argument might be Donald Trump showing something to somebody saying, I should have declassified this, but I didn't. Don't look too closely. That would be an example of like a subjective thing where, sounds like he maybe didn't have the authority to do that. Also, the SAP level classified stuff he had from the Department of Energy, he could have never on his own declassified, and he didn't go through any proper procedures there. And I think one of the most telling things, this is subjective evaluation, but one of the most telling things is that Donald Trump never denied the behavior. He never said he didn't do a thing. Instead, all the conservatives started to switch to psychic declassification as the reason why Trump could actually take anything he wanted out of the White House.
No, they absolutely did. One of his, reasons why he had these documents is because he mentally declassified them before he left the White. That was one of his things. If we cannot agree that that's what he said, what are we doing here? Hang on a second. I'm gonna get the video of this and fucking show it, because seriously, this is what Destiny's getting at, and I really appreciate it. I'm very impressed, because this is exactly what he is talking about. We can't agree on this. He mentally...
I know, I mentally pardoned myself too. It's a neat trick, but that's the thing. I mentally how come you don't know the thing I thought and never told anyone?
Mm-hmm.
Clearly that my thinking, it changes reality. Didn't you know that China is the 52nd state?
Right. So this is footage. I'll just look up when this is from. Sorry, my bad. This is from 3 years ago, right? So when it sort of came to a head.
You're the president of the United States. You can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it.
The appeals court noted.
Yep. That was his excuse. He can declassify things by thinking about it. That was his defense. Like, so you can't say, well, he didn't intimate that I could mentally. He absolutely did. If we can't agree on that, even though we've got footage of it, what are we doing here? Like, at that point, you are not in grasp of reality, because he absolutely said that.
Look, you have the staccato style of mixing elements of truth with elements of pure garbage.
Wait, what was the one thing? Wait, what was the one thing?
Projection.
Can we have irony in the chat? The irony. I'm sorry. That is irony. What the hell? The hypocrisy. Wow, D'Souza, you. What the actual fuck?
I know he stayed it up here for what is it, 34 minutes? And he's like, oh yeah, Trump is totally innocent of everything ever. But you, my friend, sometimes you tell a fib. What?
My hypocrisy meter just broke. Like, it just fucking broke. Jesus, D'Souza. Holy crap.
Thing I just said that was pure garbage.
I'll
It wasn't
tell you.
true.
So Biden started taking classified.
Okay, so the question was, what, like, because he said, oh, they mix facts with pure garbage. Destiny's question is, what is it that I just said that's pure garbage? And then he goes to Biden. No, answer the fucking question, D'Souza. What you just said that Destiny said some stuff that's pure garbage? That's what you can take from that, right? You basically pointed that left people like Destiny mix up facts with pure garbage. What was the pure garbage part, please?
By documents when he was in the Senate. Okay, no one even thinks that Biden was non-compos mentis then. So according to you, the special.
Okay, so this is just pure whataboutism. Whataboutism is an old, like, it predominantly was used in Russia by the communist government in Russia. What about these people? What about this? What about those people doing that? Whatever Biden did, wrong or right, does not excuse Trump, right? If Biden intentionally took classified documents and refused to return them, he should be prosecuted for that as well. That does not excuse Trump's crimes. And now we get a different story. Yes, he did it, but Biden did it too. And as we know from that fallacy, the tu quoque fallacy, which means in Latin, and you also, it is implicitly, not explicitly, it doesn't outright say it, but it does suggest that yes, he did that crime. And then it's excusable because somebody else was doing it, or his opposition was doing it as well. Right? Like, it is implicitly acknowledging that actually did happen. So he's really just sinking his own boat here. Whataboutism doesn't work, because no matter what somebody does, it doesn't justify what you do. Okay, it doesn't. As known by that old wise adage, two wrongs don't make a right.
Prosecutor didn't bring charges not because Biden is gone now, but because he was gone before. And I'm saying, was he gone in the 80s? Was Biden mentally gone in the 90s when he took those documents? Why not prosecute him for those? But
because they can't show intent. They can't. Okay, so I feel like I should at this debate have a sign saying they need intent to commit a crime, and just hold it up every time he makes this argument. Because if they can't show that he intentionally tried to hide documents, to get those documents and hide them, then there is no prosecution, because they can't show intent. You have to have intent. And yeah, and Music by Brian makes a really good point. Trump wouldn't have been charged if he just gave all of the documents back. But he didn't. Like, Biden didn't give some of them back, lie to his lawyers. Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's not how the justice system works, but,
Let's sacrifice one former president to get rid of the most horrible president ever.
Look, it's not about Biden. That's the thing about whataboutism. You can't address whataboutism by doing whatever it is that they're pointing at. Because if you do, if we put Biden in prison, it would be Hillary or AOC or Bernie or any of these other people. It'd probably be Zamdani next, right? It would be all about him. Yeah. So doing these things does not placate the tyrant, okay? Just because they say, well, what about this person doing that? If you address that problem, they'll just find another one.
Quite clearly, the special counsel was not talking about Biden's mind in 1995. He was talking about Biden's mind today.
No, it doesn't have to do about being forgetful or competent.
Did you willingly? No, did you willingly got off the hook, pretending that it was an objective, fair-minded?
And yeah, now he's just shouting, so Destiny can't get a word in or have any kind of thing because he knows, hey, this still doesn't meet the intent. His memory could have been flawless. It still doesn't meet intent. Okay, they need to have intent.
Right. And he's also like, he's got a perspective issue going on because from his position on the fringe of the far right, Biden looks like a progressive. He's not. He's not. You know, the Democrats didn't like him. He's not Trump, you know, like no one liked, he was a caretaker president at best. And even that he didn't do terribly well. The best thing going for him is he's not Trump.
Well, I think
things not getting much worse.
Yeah, I think he didn't do badly. I think he was just an establishment guy, status quo guy, nothing changed, not progressive, not conservative. Like he kind of was the epitome of middle of the road, you know, stability. And the thing about Biden is that he had just been in politics for so long that he knew everybody. He had connections, like he knew every damn person in there. That's why Obama got him to be vice president, because he could talk to conservatives, he could talk to Democrats, he could talk to the outliers, he could talk to the you know, he was basically known by everybody. And, you know, would do nothing revolutionary, nothing upsetting. No, but then again, you don't get any, you know, amazing legislation either. You get very, very little out of him, and he just took care of things. Yeah. Milk toast.
Decision by a neutral guy, and I'm saying no. Now we turn to Trump.
Wait, why, for her, I'm just curious. Walk me through this. Why would you have a special prosecutor and then authorize him to release a report that's damning to Biden and report all of this stuff publicly if it was all politically partisan in the first place? Why not just lie about everything from the start? If they control the DOJ, the special prosecutor, and the FBI, why even report publicly that Biden had turned in documents?
Well, the scandal of Biden's documents became extremely embarrassing to the Mar-a-Lago case. And so there was an immediate need. Okay, we now have to cover for our...
It's a good question, though. Like, it's along the same lines as when you do a Age of the Earth debate and they say, oh, there was a Nebraska man and all of this, you know, fraud and stuff. It's like, well, if it's all a conspiracy by these scientists, why release that there were frauds? Mm-hmm. Like, why not just, if it's all fraud, why not just pretend this is, like, it was the scientists that discovered that it was a fraud? Why did they do that?
Yeah, why publish? Like,
why publish?
Oh my goodness!
And this is the same. You know, why release that Biden had any files at all? What's the point? If it was all a cover up and a conspiracy, why didn't they just let him do it? And he can't answer it. He can just, you know, make more claims.
Our guy to make it seem like the other guy is the only guy who did something wrong.
No, why report it at all?
Okay, let me give you my theory, and then you tell me why it's wrong. So what does the DOJ do? They pick a guy in Delaware, nominally a Republican, but nevertheless he's under the thumb of the Biden DOJ.
Does he have any evidence for these claims that he's making? Like, this does seem like, you know, this is the problem. You have someone just spinning a conspiracy theory out of his ass in order to excuse a guy who the facts say committed a crime and was never prosecuted for it, not because the case lacked any warrant. It was because he became president. He was immune. That's why.
Spinning conspiracies out of his ass is probably the one thing Dinesh is best at. He's not very good at it, but it's what he's best at.
Dinesh the Spider D'Souza. I mean, the bullshit spinning is just incredible.
He's reporting to them. He has to ultimately survive their scrutiny. Merrick Garland is still in charge. And so this guy conveniently comes out, Biden, he did some bad things, but you know what? He's a little forgetful. We can't really go ahead. Anyway, what you do is you get an official imprimatur. Biden's off the hook. All right, let's now proceed to get the guy we always set out to get, namely Trump. And what I'm saying is, you're supposed to be like a sophisticated political guy, but you can't see that there is a clear effort here. How do we clean up the crimes of our guy? Because we want to stick.
Why won't you, sophisticated political guy, listen to my wild conspiracy theories with no evidence to back them up whatsoever? Why won't you listen to that?
This is just more whataboutism. Like, he only cares about this because he needs something to distract from Trump.
And I think that Destiny should lean into it and sort of say, and this is just my opinion, look, Destiny's a very, very good debater. I wouldn't, he's got his own methodology, go for it. But I would basically sort of say, hey, okay, let's say Biden did do it, right? There is intent there and he should have been prosecuted and wasn't. That doesn't necessarily mean that Trump was prosecuted vindictively, right? Just say both of them did it. Okay, but he's trying to say Biden did it with intent. He did the same crime. They'll prosecute one, but not the other, right? And not look at any of the facts around the case. Just, they would prosecute my guy, but not yours. That's what he's trying to get out. He's dog whistling that at his folks. Believe that conspiracy. And Destiny's got a really good point that, hey, if they were trying to prosecute one person and not another, why release that he did anything wrong at all? Because if that was the case, you just wouldn't mention it. You just wouldn't mention it and just go, well, Biden can do what he wants. He's on my side. But that's not how that Department of Justice was operating. NARA went to Biden and said, hey, we need these documents back. And he said, oh, my bad. Sure, here they are. I didn't mean to keep them. NARA went to Trump and asked for documents back, and he crimed. Bigly. He bigly crimed.
Take the classified document offense only on the other guy, even though our guy did the same thing and arguably worse, certainly for a much longer period.
Arguably worse. Arguably worse. Wow.
Of time and much more carelessly, because the documents are sitting not only in his damn garage, but they're sitting at the Penn Biden Center where anybody can wander in and have a look at them. And not only that, if you look at all the reports that Hunter Biden made to Burisma.
Oh, it's Hunter Biden now. Well, I knew he'd have to come into it. We start talking about Biden. But what this really straight and what I would stress is, why are we talking about what Biden did? We were talking about what Trump did. What Trump did. And the question was, you said that they mix facts with garbage. So what out of what Destiny said is garbage? That was the question. And he's going off to Hunter Biden's laptop. It's like, what are you talking about? Just say what part is garbage, what part is not a fact. And this is the problem. You point out these facts and they're off, you point out that, Trump deported somebody who had a court order not to deport and deported him to El Salvador, the place where he fled as a refugee from, and they'll start talking about, some immigrant that murdered somebody. And it's like, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about this guy. Come on now. And they're doing it in the case of Renee Good. And, moment of silence for Renee Good. Rest in peace. Renee Nicole Good, I believe her name was. And she needs to be remembered because, they're going on about how, the ICE officers are being attacked by people. That some person tried to run them over. There's people attacking them. And somebody, assaulted that officer. And it's like, yeah, but it's not her. It's not her. We need to talk about the instance that she's involved in, not some other instance with some other person. Just because somebody assaulted an ICE officer doesn't give you the right to kill people. Citizens. Peaceful citizens. And this is what they're doing. Oh, because Hunter Biden did something wrong, Trump can do whatever he wants. No! But why is he talking about Hunter Biden when it was like, this is whataboutism, and I am sick to death of it. Address the fucking question.
I'm talking about
Okay, before we go
report.
so just to be clear, so I can
Hold on,
understand.
let me-
Well, no, because we started off in the reason. You're saying that the same FBI that supposedly orchestrated January 6th, that worked as a deep state check on Trump's power, even when Trump was in office and was capable of doing all of these grand things, this Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who was totally under the thumb of President Biden, despite the fact that he dragged his feet on all the prosecutions of Trump and waited way too long to appoint Jack Smith, and is one of the number one center of complaints of every center-left Democrat. You're saying that that same institution's FBI was making it publicly known that they had found documents at Biden's house. Why, if they could suppress, if Merrick Garland could control a special prosecutor, which I don't know if you're aware of or not, the whole point of having a special prosecutor is that he's not directly under the thumb of the Attorney General. Otherwise, we would just call that a DOJ prosecutor, right? You're telling me they had so much power to cover this up that they were influencing this 300-page report that her puts out that has a lot of damning testimony, a lot of stuff that makes Biden look bad, but they couldn't just cover up the initial FBI claim?
All right, so notice how this debate has shifted from the factual.
Okay, wait, hold on.
You!
Retreat. Right. It's a trail in the woods. Oh, look how it's shifted. Now that he needs to be, I am not answering that. It's because it's catastrophic to my case. Instead, I'm going to be like, notice how I have shifted things. Fucking hell.
We've gone from facts to wild speculation. It must be anybody aside from my fault. Dinesh D'Souza, you are the worst. He is the worst. Like, seriously. He's the worst. This is like when, you get into the weeds into a debate, you're arguing over something, and they're like, oh, you've taken us totally off track. That was you! You did that! I am simply responding to your questions and what you dragged us onto. You are the architect of this tangent, not me. And I've had this in debate where someone said, oh, well, now we're off talking about... You brought it up. You brought this subject up. Like, if you don't want to go on tangents, stop doing them. So Dinesh gets... let's do a timeline. Sorry, am I too loud?
Oh, no, fine.
I'm just really pissed off, to be honest with you. Dinesh basically gets asked, if we're mixing rubbish with facts, what is the rubbish in this case? What is the garbage in this case of the facts that Destiny has stated? Refuses to answer. Well, he doesn't refuse. He just obviously does not answer and goes on a massive tangent that involves Biden, Hunter, anybody else. When Destiny says that conspiracy theory doesn't make any sense because it lacks that sort of, they're doing things to harm Biden, which does not make sense in your conspiracy theory here. He says, oh, well, now we're way off the facts. Holy crap. I'm amazed that he has the balls to do this. Like, seriously, he must have, that's probably why he's yelping earlier. His balls are so big that he just keeps leaning on them accidentally. Holy crap.
Something like that. He probably thinks he's clever and this is his strategy, like doing all those rabbit trails earlier. That was like him laying a trap card in his Yu-Gi-Oh game. And now that his line of whatever the fuck that was is blown up in his face, he's going, haha, you fell for my trap card that I walked directly into.
And I feel like he
thinks it's advanced tactics.
He probably thinks he's playing 4D chess. But the weird thing is as well that he's not actually like engaging with his opposition. He's not actually talking to him or anything like that. And I noticed this in the O'Connor debate. He's preaching to the audience. He's dog whistling out to the audience is what he's doing. He's not actually engaging with the subject. He's just dog whistling. Hunter Biden's laptops, Hillary, Benghazi, I'm expecting to hear that one later. Pizzagate, immigrants, trans people. He's not actually having a debate. He is just there to dog whistle. That's it. That's all. And it's disgusting.
hold on, wait, we're
not
gonna
what
play
I
this
would
game, but
call
let me just finish my point,
rhetorical
okay? Just to be,
conjectural.
hold on, this is not you're doing the rhetoric thing. So everything I've stated thus far relating to Donald Trump's indictments was a pure fact. You are
It's a
spinning me a
repetition.
tale
It's a repetition of a charge. It's
of
not
an
a pure
indictment.
fact.
Yes, you're
It's a
giving me conspiracy
repetition
theory.
of an indictment.
You're giving me conspiracy.
Now,
Yeah, he's not wrong. He's giving him conspiracy theory. Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah. Yep.
let's come back. I'll answer your question. You're like, this FBI, how is it that they would have... The truth of it is simple. You have a case against Trump. Trump is now going to have 75 attorneys on his side that are going to be looking into who else had classified documents.
Why? That wouldn't help him win his case. That doesn't make sense.
That's one of the ways you defend, is you show that this crime has been widely...
Notice how he went crime. Like, it is a crime. Like, if we can't even agree on what the law says, how can we apply it? Like, it's not up to Trump or Dinesh to decide that keeping documents that are classified past when you're the president is a crime or not. That's not your call, and it isn't Destiny's call, and it isn't even, the Department of Justice's call. That's the legislature's call to make that a crime, and it is. If you intentionally hide classified documents from the archivist after you have left your position in the government, it is a crime. And you're trying to basically say, well, it doesn't apply to the president. It does. Like a crime. Yeah, it's a crime. It's a crime to assault a police officer. Yeah, a crime. Yes, it is. It's not a crime. It's just criminal. It's against the law. Holy shit.
indulged in by other people and was not seen to be a crime.
No, that's not how you defend against a crime. It
Yes,
doesn't
it is.
work that way.
No,
If that was the case, no one in the United States would get a DUI or traffic ticket ever again, because plenty of people drive drunk and speed, and they don't get traffic tickets. The reality is the facts of the Mar-a-Lago indictment are unique to Trump.
No.
They're unique to Trump.
You want to play attorney here? We can pursue the point.
Okay.
It is frequently the case that if somebody can show... In fact, this was part of my own campaign finance.
Sorry, what was that, Emma?
I just said for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
Because he's doing
I
the
can
whole,
understand.
we can play attorney up here. Like, could you maybe get back to the subject or whatever?
Could you maybe play intelligent person with reasonable arguments? Would that be too much to ask? No, too much. Okay, well, it's Dinesh D'Souza. He's just what staggers me is that people believe him though. That's what staggers me. It's not that he is a lying, shifty person who will say anything to defend the guy that gave him a pardon. Like, that doesn't surprise me. What surprises me is that people find him convincing, because this is bad. This is so bad.
Finance violation case where we basically said Dinesh gave $20,000 of his own money to a college friend who ran for office, and he was $20,000 over the limit. Part of my defense was no American in the entire country's history has ever been prosecuted on a first-time basis for giving that amount of money with no quid pro quo and no benefit to himself, and prosecuted as a felony with an attempt to put him away for years.
But if we're going to go with that, you lost that case, though. But you lost that case. So this is an example of the defense not working.
Okay, so in your fluid metric, if
Look,
why are we talking? Confess to be, I mean, yes, everyone knows you're a felon, but like, that's not what we're talking about. Why are you talking about this?
Yeah.
And also, like Destiny just said, that defense didn't work. In what universe did you think it would work? Well, no one's been prosecuted under this specific law in this specific way before. Cool. Congratulations. You get a gold star with your prison jumpsuit.
Yeah,
What do you want, man?
And I think that people have been prosecuted under this law before. Like retaining top secret documents that they no longer had classified. Like, people have been prosecuted. Wasn't there one where somebody tried to sell secrets after they left the government and they were prosecuted for it? I'm pretty sure that happened.
It happens every couple of years. In fact, it's
a
bit of a problem.
I think they tried to sell it to Russia or something. It was like, several people. Yeah, Jonathan Tobe, a former U.S. Navy nuclear engineer with top-secret security clearance, he pleaded guilty in 2022 to conspiring to sell information about nuclear-powered submarines to an individual he thought was a foreign agent who was unaware he was an undercover FBI. Actually, there's been a few people. Alexander Yuk-Ching Ma, a former CIA agent. Ma was charged in 2020 with selling US secrets to China after leaving the CIA and later working for the FBI as a Chinese linguist. Peter Williams, there we go, an Australian cybersecurity expert working for a US defense contractor. Williams pleaded guilty in late 2025 to selling trade secrets of an employer to a Russian broker. Yep, for apparently 1.3 million. Yeah, people have been charged with this stuff. So, like possessing classified information afterwards, you betcha you can get charged with it. Yes. And because the exact thing isn't the same, it doesn't mean that you get a free pass for it. It doesn't, right? It's like saying, oh, but no one's ever robbed somebody by stealing their bike and then walking the bike away, so I can't be charged for this. They always ride it away. I walked it away, so I can't be charged because no one's ever committed the crime in that way before. That's not how the law works. And
after the Constitution went into effect, that it'd be like the first person to ever commit a murder to be like, I'm the first person charged with this, so I can't be found guilty.
I believe that was Cain. I believe that was Cain. If you read the Bible, that was Cain. Possibly Cain. Yeah.
It's so fucking. It's like saying I was on a legal team. I was the junior attorney, but I was on a legal team, and we lost every case. So clearly, I'm a good lawyer.
Yeah. Yep. And I will just as a barb say Dinesh D'Souza is very familiar with losing cases. Okay. Look, this is huge. Elusive Viper for $50 US, which is like about 12,000 in Australia. I think 12,000 in Australia. Probably something like that. Has said in no uncertain terms, or at least none that I think. Is my thing working? It is working. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Yeah. The idea isn't for people to find him convincing. It's to crap out too many random conspiracies for people to debunk in real time. He doesn't care if people believe him as long as they're suspicious of everyone else. Yeah, and you're probably right. He's probably preying on well, I've got to support my guy. And if there's any doubt whatsoever, I can believe in him. Or as it's known better, motivated reasoning. So they're just emotionally reasoning. You're absolutely right. It's, just any excuse. But yeah, I mean, does this count as Gish Gallop? It probably does, doesn't it? It's D'Souza Gallop.
Yes.
It's the D'Souza Drive. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
D'Souza
D'Souza Dump. Yeah, I love that. Yep, it's the D'Souza Dump. We now have a new term for it. Nice. Sorry, I'm just trying to find. But thank you so much, Elusive. I really appreciate that. That's very generous, and I really do. Thank you. That's awesome. Can I? Yeah. No, don't do that. Okay, beautiful. Where can I stop this thing? It's like vomiting on my screen. Thanks, Elusive. You made me vomit confetti on my screen. Really good. I thought I had I thought I had the thing for applause, but I don't seem to have it here, so I couldn't play it. It's like, and then I accidentally clicked nature sounds, and that would have confused everybody. Hang on a second. Where is it? Yeah, I accidentally clicked this one looking for applause. That would have confused everybody. Why is he playing crickets and rain in the background? I'm bad at my job. But thank you. Thank you so much, Elusive. That's awesome. But yeah, I mean, it's hardly compelling arguments that so actually he brings up a really good point. This is very similar to the way that sort of the Christian fundamentalists work. Like, They don't actually address the arguments. They just throw out excuses again and again and again. And it's not to convince anybody that doesn't already agree with you. It is preaching to the choir, right? It's giving them a reason to keep believing. And this is very similar. It's sort of like, it's not going to, anybody that has, sitting on the fence or has a neutral view is not going to say, oh, well, because of all of this stuff, I'm going to believe it now. But the people that already believe are probably going to go, yeah, it was probably that kind of thing. Look, I don't think they're going to have enough black ink in the world to cover up what they want to cover up, to be honest with you. That amount of black ink doesn't exist, quite frankly. Especially when you don't actually cover it up, you just put color over it that can be undone easily. That's kind of hilarious, though. I'm not sure how long this goes for. I really am not. But we're going up on almost 4 hours in 15 minutes. So do you want to call it at 4? And then we shall call it a day of D'Souza.
The day of the D'Souza. Oh, goodness.
The day of the D'Souza. And we've only gotten through about 40 minutes because of him. Oh, boy. This is rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be our first 5-parter.
Yeah, probably. It's going to be a D'Souza marathon all the way down.
But I do find complain about 9 fucking hours ever again.
Right. Yeah, but that was all consecutive. That was all in one shot, wasn't it? That really was.
Detail.
Okay. Well, didn't somebody do longer than that we know? Didn't they do 12 hours or something like that? Look, my claim to fame is I did 7 hours with that Andrew Wilson, which is just, you wouldn't want to spend 2 minutes in that man's company, much less 7 hours. Damn, what's wrong with me, Ember? Someone send help. Someone send help. I'm joking, of course, but am I?
If I lost the case, I must be guilty. Just like if OJ was acquitted, he must be innocent. But oh no, that wasn't the case. So
I'm just trying to talk about the facts of what are laid out.
You have a fluid barometer.
It's not fluid. It's very solid.
So according to you, because I quote lost the case. Let me tell you why I quote lost the case. Here I am, an immigrant. I'm sitting in the.
Sorry.
Why he quote lost the case?
Which case is this?
His own trial, right?
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
He quote lost the case. This is exactly what Destiny was talking about in the beginning. He can't even admit to a fact that he agrees is a fact.
Whether or not, you may have been, you may have been convicted in error. They may have been wrong to convict. You still lost the case. That is a fact. Unless you're saying, hey, I did not get penalized by the judge. I didn't spend, I didn't want, and I have to point out, he pled guilty. What the hell? My guy, if you're not guilty, why did you plead guilty? Holy shit.
For plea deals? Maybe? I don't know. I just work here.
Holy crap.
The offices of the Southern District of New York, and I'm looking at guys, and it's very clear.
He's playing the immigrant card? Really? And he supports Trump. And so this entire movement baffles me because you have an immigrant like D'Souza backing an organization that would toss his ass out if they could as an immigrant. Unless prevented legally from doing so, his ass would be out the door. And, but I don't think it's about immigrants. I think it's about, who will support the regime and who won't. I think that's what it's about.
Right. Like we saw with the South Africans. Oh, well, they're white people, though. It's fine.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Ember made you come here? Pig love. Oh, lots of love, Matt Pig. Hey, Robbie. Good to see you.
Hear from what they say.
Okay. Why are you making people come in? People don't have to come here. Why are you twisting their arms or something?
I have done nothing. I'm completely innocent.
Okay. So, yeah, all right.
That they're like, if you don't plead to this case, we're going to charge you with bank fraud. I go, bank fraud? They go, yeah, because you took your money out of the bank. And they go, if you don't plead to this case, we'll charge you with...
That is not why. It's because you contributed to somebody's campaign and then lied and misrepresented what you actually... Like, what are we talking about here?
I don't think he's capable of being honest. Like,
I
if someone
don't think
asked
so.
Dinesh, do you have 10 fingers? He would be like, well, you know, some people say, quote, you have 10 fingers. But like, honestly, though, let me tell you what really happened. It's a vast setup. See, there's actually only 8 because these 2 are thumbs. Like, he just cannot say a true thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and but it's like, you know, nobody gets arrested for taking their money out of the bank. What it usually is that people get some kind of return on investment or some kind of income due to, you know, selling some asset or something, and they don't pay any tax on it. That's usually what happens. Math Pig for $2. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Math. Look, that was a misspeak. It's £2. All right, £2, which is about 12,000 Australian dollars. I'm joking, seriously. Runs naked through chat. I'm pink and happy. You know what? Everyone loves a happy pig. You know, everyone loves a happy pig. Streaking piggy. Thank you so much, Math Pig. It's really good to have your support. It's awesome. I haven't seen you around much. I definitely have missed your gentle ways. Your gentle piggy ways.
Fraud. I go, mail fraud? They go, yeah, because you put your check in the mail. These are the kind of people you're dealing with where they take what you did, they re-describe it 7 other ways. They then basically find a way to say to you, look, you want to take your chances with a Clinton appointee judge in a New York courtroom where you're facing years in prison, or are you willing to plead guilty? Now, again, if you live in an imaginary America where you don't think that if they want to get a doctor, they charge them with illegally administering pain medicine, and if they don't want to get somebody, they find something on your tax return. This is something that happens in this country, sadly, every single day. And it's when you say something happens, it's kind of hard for me to believe that I, a conservative, have to tell you this.
Why is he digging himself deeper? Should we be looking at his... I think we should be looking deeper into Dinesh D'Souza, because this is a classic everybody does it syndrome.
Oh my goodness, this is wild. If you want to live in an imaginary America where they go after doctors for like doing bad things, like what are you talking about? Are you living in an imaginary America, Dinesh? Is that because it kind of seems like you are? I don't know.
Most people, especially those who are just workers, just obey the law, pay their taxes, and never have a fucking problem. Right? Even if they are like a Republican senator or something, they don't, like, this guy is like, oh, everybody does crime, they just have to find it. No! Not everybody does crime. No! But he's basically trying to, it's now about Dinesh D'Souza, which is annoying me because he pled guilty and is now trying to frame it as, oh, I did nothing wrong, but they threatened me with bigger charges. If you did nothing wrong, don't plead guilty. That is acknowledging.
Right. The fucking OJ thing. Like, he actually possibly was guilty, but like, the jury could not find him guilty because of prosecutorial misconduct. Like, maybe it was a technicality, whatever you want to call it, but the system cannot convict under those circumstances. Whereas Dinesh was like, not only as guilty as sin, but fucking pled guilty. You know, like, what do you want, Dinesh?
and I see I see some argument that can be made where people of a lower social class, like very, very impoverished people, are pressured into pleading guilty because they don't have access to good legal advice and good lawyers and, you know, that kind of thing. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But Dinesh isn't in that position. He has made a lot of money. He's very, very wealthy. He can afford to defend himself. Like, why wouldn't he? Oh, because we're gonna get you on bank fraud because you took money out of the bank. I mean, if I was in Dinesh's position, I'd be like, okay, I took my money out of my bank. Show that's a crime. What are you talking about? And your lawyer would probably go, look, they can threaten you with like mail fraud all you want because you mailed something over. That's not against the law. And you have the best lawyers because you are very wealthy. What it was, I would assume, I would guess, is that the lawyers that you had who are very good lawyers said, look, they got you banged to rights. In order to get a lighter sentence, we suggest you plead guilty.
Yep.
Holy crap. But this whole thing of, oh, well, if they want to get you, they'll get you. That's not how the legal system works. It's not how the legal system ought to work. And it certainly doesn't work like that for people as wealthy as you. Definitely not.
Yeah. Again, citation OJ. If it were just, we're just going to get you because we want to, he'd have been convicted. Duh.
Absolutely. Yeah.
When the left at one time would have been nodding vigorously and saying, yeah.
Okay, the left is not in the room with us right now. Okay, so just focusing, I mean, like, if you want, we can go through the details of your case. I don't know if you want to do that.
I love that. The left isn't in the room with us right now. Like, let's not talk about the left like it's this one person with one opinion. And I do that does annoy me as well. When people say the right think this, and it's like, well, generally speaking, yes, but not all of them. Like, come on, let's be clear about what we're saying here. But the left will just nod their heads and will they? Have you asked all of them? Dinesh, what the hell? But he's just, what gets me is he's like a criminal being caught. He's just yelling incoherently and gesturing while making random I didn't steal the stereo. It was actually a mate of mine told me it was his, but I'd have to break in the window to get it. I didn't. Come on, Dinesh. Seriously?
I don't think we have to do that right now. But if you're saying, I'm just curious, you said that this is a thing that happens all the time in the United States, this type of lawfare. So then did it also happen under the 4 years of Trump and it's happening now under Trump too?
Is what happening? Campaign finance?
Is he abusing the legal system?
Oh, he is really rattled by this thing because, he's just going. We're talking about me, right? We're talking about me, my prosecution, campaign finance violation. That's what Dinesh was done for. Campaign finance violations.
Yeah. Let's make it all about me.
Yeah. No, we're talking about Trump. Remember the topic of the debate. Battle for the Capitol, that thing.
To go after political opponents that everyone else has done?
It remains to be seen, in my opinion. Look,
wait, so real quick, when Donald Trump puts out a Truth Social saying, Pam Bondi, my attorney general, I want you to go after these 3 people. I think it was Bolton, Letitia James, and Comey. And I want you to use this prosecutor. Illegitimately, she was appointed, and that's why her case are tossed. And Pam Bondi files indictments against 2 of those people with that prosecutor. You're saying that this type of behavior is just part parcel of being the president or attorney general of the U.S.?
No. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Yeah. So while yours is conspiracy theory, Trump's doing his right out in the open for everyone to see.
On social fucking media. Like, oh my goodness.
It wasn't meant to be.
For inviting reporters to Signal, but at least it's not a public platform. Holy shit.
The incompetence of this administration is the only reason we know this stuff. It's because Trump meant to send that as a private message to Pam Bondi, or Bondi, is that her name? Bondi? And instead sent it as a tweet, essentially. Sent it over Truth Social as a general message to everybody. Like, it was an accident. We wouldn't have known he was directing the Department of Justice to do malicious prosecution, in my opinion, if he did not accidentally send that out. It is his incompetence that gets you. Like, how did he get to the age of 70-something without having a crime, being prosecuted for a crime? That's insane to me, because he's so bad at it. He crimes in open, in front of everybody. It's kind of like they're relying on the sheer audacity, so they won't be caught. Like, no one would do that just out in the open wherever. It's like, remember when the Louvre was broken into? And like they went up a ladder just as workmen in broad daylight. It's like the audacity of it. Nobody could possibly think they're committing a crime, because who would do that? It's the same principle, right? Like that can't possibly be a crime. Nobody would be stupid enough to do that. I hate it that it works, you know, I really do. But yeah, it's a crime. You should not, as the president, be directing the Department of Justice to do malicious prosecutions. Just saying. And yes, if Biden did that, he should be prosecuted for it.
So this is an exceptional behavior that Trump's done that no one else in U.S. history has done before, right?
Let me say what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. You take a guy and try to put him away for life and fail. That guy...
Who'd they try to put away for life? Who? Was that Trump? Was Trump going away for life? I don't think the financial crimes he was I don't think that was for life.
80, even a 10-year sentence.
That's true. Yeah, no, that's true. But that's another reason why I shouldn't be president. I think we should have age limits on leaders, quite frankly. If somebody under the age of 20 or 30, whatever it is that for president, can't be under, then nobody older should be as well. Like, let's get them at their prime. Like, seriously.
To be a little pissed.
So you would say that Donald Trump is engaging in immoral behavior, but he's doing it as an emotional response.
I'm trying to be honest with you guys, and you're jumping in as if you're trying to score like...
You're trying to be honest with you guys. You're trying to be honest. Well, you are failing miserably. You're failing miserably. Dinesh, I'm trying to be honest with it. How they do this is beyond me. Wow.
Debating points.
I'm not trying to score debating. I'm trying to say factual.
Say what I'm saying.
Okay.
Say what I'm saying.
The president was mad.
Try to put yourself in a... Try to have a little imaginative identification with the people we're talking about, right? So here you have Letitia James.
Again with the imagination.
Trump's way of thinking anyway. Utterly fraudulent case in which the bankers came in and said...
Sorry, what was that?
I said again with the imagination. Dinesh just cannot talk about what's real.
Yep. He cannot just stick to unemotional facts of a case without bringing all of this into it. And he's just dog whistling.
We were not defrauded. We did our own evaluations. We made tons of money on this deal. So you have fraud without a victim. And then Letitia James, well, New York was the victim. Okay. And then evidence comes to light, by the way, not discovered by Trump, reported on in the public media, that Letitia James, and by the way, there are other people doing this too, tries to take advantage of getting mortgage rate benefits by claiming multiple primary residences. Are you saying for a fact she didn't do that?
Correct. All of that has been tossed.
You're saying that Letitia James...
Her and the chair of the Federal Board of Reserves or whatever, where they try to use this weird mortgage claim because it's apparently the only crimes that Donald Trump is familiar with that don't involve classified documents. Yeah, they fabricated these charges. That's why they were tossed. For these two people, it came out they weren't true. There was a mismarking on a mortgage form, I think, at the bank about it. Okay. But if you look at the actual rate she qualified for, if you look at the actual underlying documentation, it was pretty obvious she wasn't applying for secondary or tertiary residences. It's also principal residences for the purpose.
Yes. So what they did is they said that Letitia James... Was it Letitia James that they went after? Was it Tisha James? Yeah. Yeah, so they said that she marked on an application for a loan that would be her primary residence. But that is bullshit. It would be a principal residence, right? So she could claim rent on it, but her statement was that it wouldn't have claimed rent for most of the time. Now, as it turns out, she basically let her I think her niece, someone related to her, stay at that house for no rent for a long period of time, and then eventually she did start getting rent. But that was totally allowed in the contract with the bank. So she did absolutely nothing wrong in all of that. Like, she did what she said she would do. The weird part is, because the grand jury testimony is sealed, is that apparently a witness that said, her niece, that said, hey, I didn't pay rent on this place, according to one rumor, and I do want to stress this is what I've heard, I'm not claiming this is fact, but according to that, Pam Bondi didn't actually present that evidence that the witness said that she wasn't paying rent to the grand jury, which not Pam Bondi, whoever the prosecutor was, she was another one of sort of Trump's blonde lawyers. She didn't present that to the grand jury, meaning that she's now in big trouble as she has got an indictment through unlawful means. Like, that is really bad. That is so bad. She's in massive trouble. So yeah, it got completely tossed because there was nothing wrong with that. Like, just because you go and say, hey, she agreed to have it as her primary residence. No, she didn't. It was a principal residence, which is a residence that basically overall is not for the majority of the time collecting rent. You can still collect rent on it, but not for a majority. And she did exactly that. So there's no case there whatsoever, and was probably improperly indicted, which there's going to be ramifications for that as well. It's an absolute shambles. So yeah, he's not wrong.
Purposes of obtaining a low interest rate mortgage. It was all bullshit. Yes.
I don't agree with that at all.
What was I factually?
I don't agree with. I don't agree with that at all. Yeah, D'Souza, your voice is breaking with how badly you're doing, sir. Okay, with that disagreement, I guess I should call it here because it is getting a bit long in the tooth. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was so damn long. Are you sure you want to listen to D'Souza for this amount of time? It is. You've got to have a bit of a constitution for it. But I have, like, lots of people have pointed out to me recently that I seem to have a lot of patience. If you agree, leave a comment. If you disagree and say that I am not patient, you can put it in the comments as well.
Yep, just leave comments. Either way, if you made it this far,
yeah,
well
done. Pineapple in the chat. I love it. Okay, fantastic. Well, I think I will stop that. So, what do you think so far? What's your feedback so far?
Oh, it's awful, but also hilarious. I don't know. Maybe I'm tired, but I'm amused at just how ridiculous. Like, if I were writing a Mel Brooks comedy for a awful political apologist, I still could not write something as ridiculous as Dinesh D'Souza, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's wild. It's actually wild just how badly he is stumbling about. And, credit where credit's due. Destiny is saying, hey, these are the facts as presented by the special investigator. It wasn't even a Department of Justice investigator. It was a special investigator. I believe it was Jack Smith. Came in from outside, independent investigation from the Department of Justice, found these things. That's what it says. And he can't even agree on that it says those things. He just has to go to, but Biden, but other people, but everybody does crime. Mm-hmm. Dinesh, I seriously think we got to look into you more, because if your defense for why Trump shouldn't be prosecuted is everyone does crime, I have questions. But look, Dinesh probably spent 75% of that talking, and probably helped Destiny like 50% to 60% of the time. I'm not even joking, right? Like, his inability to stick to the facts, to answer questions, to actually engage, and really his just preaching to the audience, whoever believes me, reasons, you can think there's a conspiracy, dog whistle, I was improperly prosecuted, even though I pled guilty. I had to plead, all of this stuff. It makes you look so bad because you are not, in fact, talking about what Destiny's talking about, which is what is the facts in these cases. Can we have a main line? And he's doing himself no favors. Sorry, go ahead.
Anything but the point, which confirms what Destiny opened with. Like, they didn't even have to do opening statements. Destiny's just like, some people believe in facts and some people do anything to avoid the facts. And then Dinesh spends the rest of the time trying to avoid facts at all costs. Any facts.
He really just is, just conflating, muddying the water. Like, it really is dodgy behavior. And I think it needs to be pointed. I actually enjoyed this a lot, but I would like to hear more from Destiny. But I don't think that's D'Souza's plan. He really is just trying to, what did you say? Do a D'Souza dump. Just gish gallop and throw as much stuff out there so Destiny can't possibly talk about all of it. I like Destiny's tactic, which is, okay, well, don't try, because he's got no notepad to write it down, but he's addressing stuff, but then bringing back to, well, this is what we're talking about. But for D'Souza to do all of that and then go, well, we're really off topic and I don't know how we got here. Come on, my guy. Like, you just look absolutely terrible. Like, seriously, D'Souza was the one that took them off topic, and it was by design. We're not stupid, mate. Like, seriously. That was by design, so we didn't have to talk about the actual facts of any case. Anyway, but Destiny, absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Very, very well done. I think it's very difficult to engage with someone like D'Souza, especially when he's sort of talking at full volume in preacher mode. It's very difficult to do. So kudos, well done. That's really impressive. And I've noticed that about the right-wing, political pundits. They think that sort of authority comes from just talking loudly and not letting anybody else talk, just barking like a dog, like, just stop, seriously. It doesn't make you look strong. It makes you look weak. Because someone who's confident doesn't need, like Destiny doesn't need to do that. He's just, here's the facts and let's talk about them. Looks a lot stronger than barking, oh, I was improperly convicted for my thing.
Why are we talking about this, you fucking
idiot?
What
the hell? I'm amazed he didn't mention his movie.
Walk directly up to the front and then take off all my armor and expose my weak spots to the enemy. What could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong? And a big thank you to you again to Elusive Viper. People like you keep the channel going. I think that's huge amount, and thank you so much. All the best for your year. Well, I also haven't seen Elusive in ages. We used to be around Modern Day Debate, but it's really good to see you, mate. I think that we are back on Embers. You've already dropped the link, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so coming up, what do you have coming up, Ems? What have you got? You've got your daily show, which is now Learning Live.
I just released a regular video hours ago, how to support survivors without causing more harm. Because it's been a bit of an issue in the community recently. So I talked to some experts. I got the best practices. I put together a comprehensive guide. So now people can do better and stop causing so much harm out of ignorance or arrogance.
I don't want to talk about anything that a survivor doesn't want me to talk about. So I'm going to bow out of that entire mess. I don't. Yeah.
That's one of the things, is if the person doesn't want to talk about the thing, if they don't want to make it public, you don't make it public. Fuck. It's not that hard, honestly. But that video is on my channel now. Tomorrow I'm planning to do anyway a live bonus show, a transfactual about a trans debate where both parties seemed to be civil through the whole thing, and we're going to see how that goes. It should be interesting.
Oh,
and then,
do I know anybody in that?
What's that?
Do I know anybody in that one?
I don't think so. It's a new channel I just came across called Uncommon Ground. They have like 60 subscribers, so they're very, very new. Well, okay, maybe not very, very new. They do have several videos, but it's not that important. But I don't know them off the top of my head.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
Probable bonus show tomorrow, and then Monday through Friday, weekday is 11 a.m. Eastern. There's Learn Together Live, where we cover a different topic: history, science, philosophy, psychology, all kinds of stuff.
Cool.
Every day it's a different topic. So join us if you can. Subscribe if you can, because we do the debate reviews every other week over there, but there's also this other stuff. And I'm trying my goal. It's a big goal for this year, but there's a reason for the goal. I want to be able to do fundraisers on YouTube, and YouTube hides that button behind the 10K subscriber mark.
Oh,
I know it's possible. It's a huge goal, but I know it's possible if people help. So do go over, do subscribe, and do find a video you like and share it with someone and tell them to subscribe. I very much appreciate it. We can do some freaking good if we try.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I've got coming up on Tuesday night Eastern time, I've got the new show that everybody seemed to really love. It was really well received. I was very happy that everybody enjoyed it, which is God the Arsehole. I might have to call it something else because it got flagged before it even hit YouTube. It was like, yeah, no, we hate you for calling your segment this. So expect some censoring from an Australian. I know it's sacrilege, but it's got to be done. But that's okay. That's all right. We will still be swearing. It's just not so early and not in the title, I think, is the rules kind of thing. So I'll just alter that a bit.
Seems wise, yes.
Not in the thumbnail. So that's okay. That's all right. I will make it happen, and we can cheekily pretend that we don't know what a-hole means. Okay. Well, we'll just cheekily pretend. Oh, a asterisk. What could that possibly mean? I have no idea. YouTube. It couldn't possibly be anything rude or obnoxious. What was the other thing? Oh, yes. And continuing onwards, we also got a really good reception from our first Fundamentalist Fails coming up this Thursday night. The first one of the year was fantastic. It was so good. I had a ton of fun, and the chat was fantastic. So come along for that as well. Don't forget to like. That helps me out a great deal, more than you can possibly know. And also, don't forget, I've got a member stream coming up this week. So if you want to just chill, hang out, be a member of the community and talk shit, basically, talk about whatever, that will be on this Wednesday night Eastern time. But apart from that, we will be back on Better Than Ember with part 2 of 500. For this one, I might be exaggerating, but yeah, it looks like a long one. But yeah, I hope you're well. Do take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. You don't have to listen to people bullshit you. You can call them out, and please do. I mean, it's just, we need to have a factual basis for what we're doing here, people. But be kind to others. It's okay. You can be kind to others and still call them out for bullshit. It's fine. It's good. But do take care, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye, everybody. Oops. Something's gone horribly wrong.
We broke it.
We sure did.